upon the things we agreed to during the campaign. And by that I mean, when we agreed with the Bahamian people, this is what we would do to ensure that we fulfill our perspective of a new day.
And there are many firsts in today's Parliament and in today's opening as well. Our Kyle Walking takes a look.
This is quite nostalgic being here, particularly since it's been, for me, for 7 years.
On May 23, 2012, when Dr. Kendall Major was sworn in as Speaker of the House of Assembly, things were a bit different. For one, the opening of Parliament was outside in Parliament Square. Fast forward to October 6, 2021, and the historic event is being held in the Convention Center of Bahama. The reasons: the COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing demolition of the Churchill building across the street.
It will showcase how the government is formed, how the Parliament is structured, and how the sovereign works well along with the House and the Senate.
Speaking of the Senate, prior to 1992, that's where the opening of Parliament was held. But things changed with the election of the Free National Movement government, led by then Prime Minister Hubert Ingram.
As you know, because of COVID, because of the social distancing and the concerns there, this edifice, this place, this monument is not the right location or the size to have the press, to have family and friends enjoying the moment. So I think the Bahama Convention Center will do justice for this moment, and we'll see what happens from there.
While we were there Tuesday afternoon, there was work being done to the House of Assembly with painting and things being fixed. Also noticeable, the empty slots for pictures soon to be filled with the images of the newly elected members of Parliament.
They're doing some touch-ups, they're doing some renovations, but it looks more or less like a facelift. This institution needs to be moved. I think it's time, it's high time, it's past time that it be moved to a different location and this be used as a monument to relish our history and our past and to show where we have come from.
But with the big day now here, despite the country still battling a deadly third wave of COVID-19 cases, there is a new government and a new mandate. Major says while the event will be a bit different, it doesn't take away from its importance.
Well, our Kyle Walking and Jasmine Brown are at the Bahama Convention Center this morning. They're a part of the broadcast team. There's been quite a bit of activity going on there from earlier this morning. They join us live now from the Convention Center. Kyle and Jasmine, good morning.
Morning, Jerome.
Good morning, Jerome. Yes, that's right. Kyle and I are here at the Bahama Grand Ballroom, where we're pretty dressed up from our everyday attire on news. Now, Kyle, I can say you look very nice today.
You look wonderful as well, Jasmine.
And as you can see behind us, people are trickling in. This event is supposed to start at about 9:30, but I was here with my team just before 7 a.m. and I can tell you that security is tight. There is a metal detector and professional staff actually checking people. There's like an airport security line, and because of that, there's a little bottleneck, and so people are lined up outside the ballroom. Now, inside behind us, you can see there will be the speech from the throne, where we'll have hundreds of people in here at a certain time to listen to that, and it's going to get pretty crowded. And Kyle can tell you a bit more what will be happening today.
As Jasmine said, this is going to be a pretty eventful day. I'm just going to give you a rundown of exactly how things will run. Outside of this ballroom, they have a makeshift lower chamber, that's the House of Assembly, and in the room next to it, that's the Senate. So here's what will happen. You will have members-elect will assemble in their places of the chamber of the precincts of the House of Assembly in the Convention Center, and they will take the oath of allegiance and oath of qualification. The Parliamentary Commissioner, Lovato Duncanson, he then approaches the bar of the House and presents the Clerk of Parliament with the writs and returns of the general election, along with a certified list of members-elect. Next, the clerk will then read the list of members-elect. The Clerk of Parliament, from his place, then invites the members to elect a Speaker. A member will now nominate a member to be Speaker, who we understand to be Bamboo Town MP-elect Patricia DeVoe. Now, if there are no further nominations, the Clerk of Parliament will put the question and the Speaker is elected. The prayer is offered. The Speaker will then make her address. The Speaker will then invite a motion for the election of a Deputy Speaker. That Deputy Speaker will be elected and allowed to make their address. Up next, the Speaker then appoints a committee of 3. That'll be 2 government members, 1 opposition member, to inform the Governor General of the election of the Speaker and that the House desires to know when His Excellency will receive the House in the precincts of the Senate. Now we fast forward just a bit, and the House Leader then moves a resolution to permit the House to meet in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center here at Bahama. The Governor General having assumed his seat on the throne, the Speaker, attended by the mace and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, proceeds to the precincts of the Senate. Once in the precincts of the Senate, the Speaker will inform His Excellency of her election as Speaker and claim the ancient parliamentary privileges for members. The Prime Minister then presents the speech from the throne to His Excellency, the Governor General. The Governor General then accepts the speech from the throne, and the Governor General reads the speech from the throne, opening the 2021 parliamentary session. Now, Jerome, as mentioned, this is a pretty historic day, as for the first time, from what we understand, you'll have a woman heading the lower chamber, the House of Assembly, and a woman heading the upper chamber, the Senate. So heading the lower chamber will be Patricia DeVoe, the MP-elect for Bambootown, and heading the upper chamber will be Lachelle Adderley. She will be the president of the Senate. But again, we're just standing by to hear, in particular, the speech from the throne, which will outline the Davis administration's mandate for governance going forward.
Before we go, folks, I do want to ask this. I know that you mentioned there were long lines. We can see the people behind you. What kinds of concerns are there, or are there some safety? Are you noticing the correct safety protocols that are being put in place? We see a number of people, but are the safety protocols being adhered to as we prepare now for this opening and to accommodate the large crowd?
Well, I can tell you that in the front, before you come in, there is a temperature scanner and there are sanitization stations at every entrance and exit here. And as you can see behind me, there is some spacing, but there is capacity to seat in this grand ballroom. We were told 1,500 seats. We have not seen anyone with their mask off. In fact, we are keeping our mask on for this broadcast because people are walking back and forth, milling about. But there are safety protocols in place. And I did not mention earlier, in addition to there being scanners in the front, there were armed police officers. We were actually kicked out about 7:15 a.m. so the bomb squad could come in. They had some of the police dogs checking the area. But as it pertains to the safety protocols for COVID-19, there are temperature checks, and that's what's actually taking a little longer because it's only, when I was out there was only one scanner working. And so you have the safety protocols for COVID and then the security measures that are in place here.
All right, Jasmine and Kyle, thank you very much. And I have to agree, you do look very nice today. We'll be checking in with you certainly a little later on as the ceremony begins and even afterwards. So thank you very much. Back to my studio guests, as we await some of the things that will certainly get this started. Mr. Tynes, I'm going to start with you. Obviously, these are extraordinary times. We are still in the midst of the COVID pandemic, which would be the main reason why this event has been moved. But one of the things that a former speaker would have mentioned, I think we had a very brief discussion amongst ourselves before we came on, is the need to now have a new parliamentary complex or move the parliament, the proceedings, obviously keeping the original building. But have we really outgrown that facility?
Oh, Jerome, a very long time ago, we have outgrown that. The buildings in the square were built around the early 19th century, and of course, in those times there were no female members of parliament, so you didn't have to worry about more than one bathroom and stuff like that. There were no vehicles, so parking was not an issue. There were no security issues, really. And so the building has really served its purpose. And I think in the 21st century Bahamas, we really need a new parliamentary complex. And the square, the public square, doesn't have, to my mind, doesn't have sufficient space.
That's true. I mean, just looking at the ballroom this morning, and I'm trying to conceptualize, the square accommodating those people. And in my mind, I thought, looking at it right now, there's no way this number can fit in the square. Yeah. And this is an important time for people. I mean, Mr. Peter, I'm going to get you into this as well. The opening of Parliament, I guess the closest thing that we could probably compare it to, particularly on this side of the world, is the inauguration day in the United States. It's a day now for, I would say, the party to celebrate in many ways. And it's a way to get your party supporters out, I would think, as well. And thank you, eh?
No, it's really important for party supporters who work so hard, who sacrifice so much, to now be part of the celebration, to exhale and to enjoy the moment. We are in a democracy, so the victors should celebrate. And this is a chance for the average Bahamian who showed the world how important their votes are, to now say, we have done this, now we expect you to deliver.
What are, Mr. Tynes, what are some of the challenges, though, with so many new members coming in? You have a lot of new faces on both sides, but obviously the government will have the majority. You have a lot of new members who who do not know parliamentary procedure, but there is little time to learn, I would almost think, because you have to start the legislative process almost immediately.
Yeah, well, previously, in years back, the opening of Parliament was pushed back even further than it is today, which gave the House an opportunity to do an orientation with the members, and then also a seminar of 3 or 4 days, or maybe even a week. You go and put them through that and give them the whole context of the Parliament, its history and everything. But today, you're not able. They weren't able to do that prior to the opening this time because there were only a few weeks. But ideally, you would want to put the parliamentarians, especially the new ones, through a training period.
Yeah, and you know, these are things, I guess, that change and not evolve. Vincent Pete, as a returning member to Parliament, when you have so many new faces and people who are there for the first time, is that a greater responsibility on the senior members to now guide them?
Yeah, the senior members have a very important responsibility. And the leader, for example, of government business will have the ultimate responsibility for the preparation of the agenda, for making sure that the government members are on time, for organizing the order of presentation and speeches. And so the leader of government business has a special responsibility, and it is important to have a senior member of the government to be that leader who understands the system, who was there before, and who can then guide the new members accordingly.
And we see that starting to shape up already with some of the perceived appointments of some senior members. Now, the Parliament of the Bahamas has a very rich history. This morning, our Gillian Gray takes a look at some of the historical highlights.
When it was over, the Queen came gratefully onto the balcony and its slight cooling breeze to greet the crowds. Another Parliament had been opened.
It's a tradition that stems back to 1729 when the first Parliament in the Bahamas was created. Fast forward to 2021 and the landscape will look much different than it did back then. Tomorrow at Bahama, the executive, legislative and judiciary will all gather with residents to begin the new Parliament session.
This was where they came to open Parliament. As a matter of fact, the throne that you see behind me, I've seen Queen Elizabeth and Princess Anne read the speech from the throne from there. And it wasn't until after the elections in 1992 that we came up with, Hubert Ingram came up with Government in the Sunshine.
The historical significance of this room cannot be understated. From this very chair, Queen Elizabeth would have read the speech from the throne many years ago. That's now done by the Governor General. Wednesday's opening of Parliament is going to be a big change as well, as the iconic Senate, House of Assembly in Rawson Square won't be the venue for the grand affair.
Is happening, first of all, because of the COVID protocols. You physically cannot get 39 members in the House of Assembly chamber with physical distancing. We decided to move down there, I should say the government decided to move down there so that they can create a chamber for the House of Assembly down there and a chamber for the Senate down there.
Clerk of Parliament David Forbes described the opening as a mix of modern undertakings and an event steeped in our colonial history, from changing the structure of the Senate to constructing a new building for Parliament. Forbes, who has worked for Parliament since 1978 when he started as a messenger, says he wants to see the institution grow and flourish. One of the things he thinks can happen within the next few years is the separation of powers. He thinks that in order for the Parliament to truly flourish, it must be independent of the executive.
I am confident that this government is going to see the light where the other one didn't, where the Parliament needs to have independence. It need not be governed by the executive. That's an adulterous relationship. How are you going to hold the executive to account?
All right, we're going to thank our Gillian Gray for that report. We're going to go to her live in just a few moments. But before we do that, very interesting. Now, you would have heard Clark Forbes talk about the separation. Is that practical? Is that doable in Bahamian politics?
Well, in the Westminster system, the executive branch is a part of the Parliament.
Right.
To be a minister, you have to be either an elected member or an appointed senator, and so that makes it really difficult to have a complete separation. What some of the more mature parliaments have done is that they have the tradition, and they have put in new laws to try to make the executive more accountable to the Parliament, and it's really difficult with the size of the cabinet now in these modern parliaments recently to have the proper committee systems for the Parliament to assist the Parliament in holding the executive branch to account.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're going to now join our Gillian Gray, who is also live at the Bahama Convention Center this morning. Gillian, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Jerome. It's a great day here at Bahama. We have seen a little bit of a bottleneck on the outside. If I could just paint a picture for you, what's happening right now is everyone is coming in. They have to sanitize their hands, go through a security checkpoint, and that includes scanning their bags and going through a metal detector. And so it's creating a little bit of a bottleneck outside. The rain is threatening to come down, so we're hoping that that gets resolved pretty soon. But while I was out there, I was able to see some of the fashion that's coming in. And trust me, everyone has stepped it up this year. We not only see people coming in with their nice dresses and their nice headpieces, but the masks is basically what I zoned in on. Everyone is wearing matching masks to match their outfits. I've seen some yellow and blue pantsuits, and it's not just the ladies that's having these outrageous outfits. It's some of the men as well. I am going to interview a gentleman a little bit later in our newscast who has on a full yellow outfit, and he says that it's a new day, and that's what he's representing. So we're going to keep you updated with what's happening here. I don't know if you can hear behind me, but the band has kicked up, and they are basically setting the mood for our 10 a.m. start, and everyone is getting seated in their various sections. So it's really going pretty smoothly. Besides the bottleneck that we see outside, everything is running pretty smoothly here.
Very much, Gillian Gray. Gillian, I see you gotten in on the fashions as well with your fascinator. You're keeping in step. Well, I like it.
Yes, definitely. Well, Jerome, when you come to these certain events, when they sent out the invitation, they actually specified that ladies are to wear hat and gloves and a day dress. So I have my day dress on, I have my fascinator on. I forgot the gloves at home, but maybe a little bit later I'll borrow one of the gloves from one of the persons. But yes, definitely, I got in step today for the opening of Parliament.
Good. Thank you very much. We'll give you a pass on the gloves for now. All right. We all chuckled when she started to talk about the fashions, but that's a real part of the tradition, Mr. Pete.
That is to be expected. When a new government is being sworn in, their supporters tend to make a statement, and the statement is one of celebration, jubilation, and hope. And so, therefore, the theme being a new day, you expect people to indicate their support and to enjoy the moment, because it's really a new beginning. And so we should all, as a people, celebrate and give the new government an opportunity to really start over again. And so their supporters will have to be encouraged to celebrate. And let's do it together.
Certainly, we were looking forward to that as well. But Mr. Tynes, one of the things that Gillian would have mentioned was the suggested dress code that was a part of the invitation. Even from the media perspective, we received an email giving guidelines as to what to wear, what not to wear. Why is dress still so very important to the Parliament? We think of, oh, we're in a modern society, we should be able to relax some things. But really, why is dress such an important part of Parliament itself?
Well, don't forget now, these events are supposed to be held in the Senate, which is the upper chamber of the Parliament. And so that represents royalty. And so the people, from centuries, they dress according to that standard, and I guess they tried to emulate how the Queen and the princesses would dress. And I think that's where the tradition has started.
And even the morning suits, and
yes.
I know at one point there were top hats and gloves and.
Yes.
And things of that nature.
In fact, I remember when we did the new rules of the House in 2005. There was an attempt to change the dress code from just dark colors, and there was an outcry against it by members of the Parliament, and so. If you go to any other parliament almost, you see the people, they wear colors in the parliament, but it was decided by parliamentarians that they wanted to keep the tradition of dark colors.
And I know even from, as a member of the press who covered the House for many years, we were guided by the rules as well on what we could and could not wear. The editor would call in the morning and say, "You going to the House today? Dress accordingly."
Yes.
So very important things as a part of our tradition. What we are going to see with the speech from the throne is a replication of what happens in the Senate. And for many years, the opening happened in the physical Senate. I think as of 1992, that changed. Yes. The Senate, as we would have heard, then Prime Minister Hubert Ingraham, on the whole mantra of government in the sunshine, asked that it be moved to the outside in Parliament Square, which it has been held since ever since. But, Mr. P, take us through that process. Senators sit. And members of the House stand. What is that like when that speech is made? For me, I always think, good Lord, you have to stand to hear this entire speech. But what is that like for members who are seated and standing because they're all together?
Yeah, well, the tradition is such that members of the lower chamber, the House of Assembly, are told this is the procedure, and therefore we walk out of the House into the opening area, and you meet the lower chamber members, the senators, who are all given the privilege of being seated. And sometimes, I suppose, as an elected member, you might think twice, like, well, why should there be special treatment for the appointed members as opposed to those who are elected? But being part of a tradition, it's expected to be followed, and all members tend to be very attentive, because during the speech from the throne, that is when the new government lays out its agenda for the session, and members are interested to see and hear what the government wants to do.
Now the
Jerome, if I could just add,
certainly.
When the members of Parliament are the members of the House of Assembly. When they come out of the House of Assembly to go in the Senate in the square, they're actually going to the Senate.
Yes.
So senators would be sitting in their chamber, and the House Assembly members are visiting.
You are a guest, so you stand.
Yes, but I always thought that the senators sitting got the worst of it, because every time the Governor General says, "Honourable senators," they have to stand, and then sit back down again. So,
and members of the House, I think they
would bow because they are standing.
Yes.
I always thought it was, for older people, it'd be more difficult getting up and sitting back down.
Well, I want to talk a little bit, though, about the speech from the throne, which we expect to be delivered closer to about 10 o'clock by the Governor General, His Excellency, the Honourable Cornelius A. Smith. But this is the government's legislative blueprint, as it is, for the upcoming parliamentary session. What goes into preparing that speech from the throne? While the Governor General delivers a speech, it is prepared by the government. Yes. What goes into preparing that speech? And in such a short period of time, I mean, it's really not even been a month. And you have to now lay out this legislative agenda.
Well, the good thing, really, Jerome, is that the incoming government would have had a manifesto.
Okay.
the manifesto would have outlined, if we win, these are the things that we want to do, priority 1, 2, 3, and 4, and down the list. And so that'll be really the basis for the construction of the speech from the throne. Because these are things that the party would have campaigned on. These are things that were promised. If we are successful, we want to implement these things in terms of equality, in terms of fairness, in terms of opportunity for all Bahamians. And so that will be the genesis of the speech from the throne.
Now, Gillian would have referred to one instance in 1977 where Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II would have read the actual speech from the throne. And then again, I think it was in 1982, Princess Anne, while visiting here, would have done something similar. The Governor General, of course, being the representative of the Queen. But if just a little bit of nostalgia, because I love history, but you know, for a small nation like ours to have actually had the Queen herself to read a speech from the throne is pretty significant in our history, eh?
Yes, it is. You know, we actually had a former king as governor.
Yes, which we forget.
Yeah,
yes,
you know,
yes.
so you know, and I know that in 1940 when he came, the Bahamian people would have been so excited because they have a guy who was to be the King of England coming to be our Governor General. So you know, the Bahamas is fortunate, you know, for people to have actually witnessed that. And some of the people in the House, in the Parliament today, would have been there to witness it. They may have been a little younger.
I have to admit, I say my little age, I remember being at the corner of Parliament Street and Bay Street when the Queen arrived as a little boy. I remember being there watching that, and that was my first time ever seeing the Queen in person. And I do remember when Princess Anne read the speech, I think it was in 1982. So these are the significant things I think that we forget about in the life of our Parliament. And we, you know, coming out of an election, we are such a divided country at times because somebody must win and somebody must lose. And no campaign is ever a delightful experience. It's a lot of hard work, and there's mudslinging and there's fighting, and somebody's got to win. But one of the things that I am always most proud of is the peaceful transition of power, and how important that is. Mr. Peter,
that is crucial. It's very important in a democracy for there to be a smooth transition of power. And the Bahamas, we have a history of being able to make sure that happens, and that gives us incredible international credibility. Because if you are saying you are a democracy, if you are saying the voice of the people is the voice of God, if you are saying that you will honor whatever the people decide, then as long as it's been a fair and free election, the results must be honored. And the fact that you have a peaceful transition from one outgoing prime minister to the incoming prime minister is a fantastic example of maturity, democratic maturity, and a peaceful country where bloodshed is not involved.
Yeah.
Jerome, if I can just add to that also, I think a lot of that is due to the fact that of the permanent public service, the permanent secretary, and all of
You
that.
must have read my mind, because that's really where I was going next with it.
Yeah.
I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah, they remain in place.
Yes.
And so they actually they're actually the ones who manage the transition. Yeah.
And it's interesting because I would say probably at minimum a month from the elections, ministers really stop working in some regards because you're campaigning. I mean, you know what that's like. You're no longer in office. A few appearances here and there, but it is time now to campaign. But the work of government goes on.
Yes.
That's really, what Mr. Tynes is right, that's really the most critical component, the continuity of the public servant. And that is why it's important to honor and respect them. And that is why it's important for public servants to understand the role they play, the nonpartisan role.
Well,
they
should play.
They should play.
And I guess, too, that is where we face some of the difficulties, because a new government will bring new people with them. And there's always a back and forth in the public about who stays and who goes. There are people who are permanent within the service, but there are others who are hired by that sitting government specifically for that time period that they are in, who must and should leave office when your government leaves. Eh?
They are called political appointees.
Yes.
And so once you're a political appointee, you must expect that if your party and your government loses, that the new government must be given an opportunity to replace you. Some political appointees who would have been, who would have done a very good job, may be kept because of their performance and their independence. But no one should complain about being replaced as a political appointee.
You should know what it is that you are signing up for. Mr. Tynes, when you have though a new government, you've got, you know, I would suspect within the first few months there was a lot of hand holding within the House of Assembly to get some things done.
Yes, the thing in the House of Assembly is that you need to have a person as Speaker of the House who could command the respect of members, and I think that is crucial for the smooth working of the House itself. The last after the last general election, not the most recent one, in 2017, you know, I don't think that was always the way it was. It was not always a smooth relationship between the Parliament and the executive branch, and you need that relationship for the government to really do work.
There was a lot of back and forth.
Yes.
And you could see it really, even right down to the end.
Yes.
It really affected.
It got worse and worse, I thought.
Yeah. So, but let's talk, what we're seeing right now, just want to inform our viewers, this is inside the replicated Senate chamber. This is this is inside the House of Assembly, where I understand some members are taking their seats, it seems, already, so they are arriving. But let's talk a little bit about the role of the Speaker and the role of the President of the Senate. And, you know, the Speaker is there to, I want to get the phrasing correct, but while he or she is there to ensure that the government's agenda is carried out, he or she must also protect the rights of the minority, correct?
Oh, that's one of the main functions of the Speaker of the House, to protect the rights of the minority. But the Speaker has three main functions. First of all, he's the presiding officer of the meetings. He has to control the meetings. Secondly, he's the one, and you hear that this morning, the Speaker claims the ancient rights and privileges from the governor, who substituted for the king or queen, and those privileges are then bestowed on the members of Parliament, or parliamentarians, in fact, and the House of Assembly itself. So the Speaker is in charge of the privileges of the House and of the members of the House, and it is duty to protect those privileges. Now, the parliamentarians have privileges that go beyond the ordinary citizen. So they have to be themselves have to be very careful. You know, and one of those privileges is, of course, freedom of speech, and so they have to be very careful in their presentations and contributions in the Parliament that they don't abuse those privileges. And the Speaker is important to control that. And the third role of the Speaker is he's the person who communicates with other institutions for the Parliament. You know, if there are celebrations, say the Queen has a birthday, he's the one who has to sign the
I just wanted to interject just for a moment. You may be seeing on your screen swearing-ins, which are taking place within the House of Assembly. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like I think Mr. Michael Pintard, if I'm not mistaken, if my eyes
Look like, yeah.
it does look like Mr. Michael Pintard there being sworn in. And of course, these activities are continuing in both the chambers. I think both they're being sworn into to their actual seats. He's the member of Parliament for Marco.
Is that being done? Is that being done privately?
I can't say for sure. I'm not able to see what is happening.
Yeah,
I cannot physically.
No, because they haven't started yet.
No, they haven't started.
So they're doing it kind of privately. That is the function that should be done publicly.
Okay.
They have to probably.
But I see people around him. I don't know where.
It appears that they are
they're doing this before the meeting starts.
It's a makeshift. It seems to be a makeshift arrangement. Perhaps it's for convenience.
Yeah.
But normally it's done publicly.
Yeah.
What we did, I think, the last 2 times is we had just a general, like a global swearing in, where members stand. Those who swear say I swear. Those who want to affirm, they say I affirm. And then the clerk reads. They repeat the oath after the clerk. I thought that was a much quicker and easier.
They may be. It looks like they may just be going through
signing the book.
Yeah, signing at this point. But we'll certainly allow that to continue. Mr. Reid, one of the functions of Parliament that we've been talking about has been that of the Speaker. Now, I think in recent years we have seen the election of speakers who are first-timers to Parliament. But, how now, and I guess this is where it becomes very dicey, the role of the Speaker, while very public, does not have a lot of say-so in governance. And when you have a situation where you have campaigned, you've been a part of the party for however long, and now you're elected, you have their cabinet positions up, their parliamentary secretaries, there are, chairmanships, all these things that a MP can now ascend to. And then there is the Speaker's role, while a very important role in the running of Parliament. You're outside of government in many ways.
Well, this is why it's important that the Speaker has a good relationship with the government and the government's leader of business. Because the Speaker, for example, is not part of the everyday cutthroat operation of the MPs. So she does not take part in the debate unless there's a special interest that she would have, in which case she will have to just deem it and join the debate. But then that also causes some problems. The Speaker has to be in a way protected. And so there are others who should be speaking for her or doing some things for her constituents to ensure that there's a smooth operation. Because if the Speaker becomes disgruntled, and we've had history, we've had a record of this.
We don't need to go very far back.
No,
yeah.
Then it creates a very serious challenge for the operation of Parliament, and open conflict then becomes counterproductive.
So the Speaker of the House's counterpart, in some respects, is the President of the Senate, who is also elected from the appointed senators who serves in that role. Mr. Tynes, how does the role of the President of the Senate differ from that of the House Speaker, or does it differ at all?
The President of the Senate has the same functions as the Speaker. The only difference, there are some limits, there are some restrictions on what the Senate can do. All financial bills, must start in the elected House of Assembly, and if the Senate wants to challenge those, they can, but the House will still get its own way. What I wanted to just comment on is I heard Mr. Pete saying she when he was referring to the Speaker, and I heard your reporter calling the names of the lady who they think is going to be the President of the Senate. The presiding officers of the House and the Senate are really elected. They are elected by their members. And so if it's an election, you don't really know the results now. So you should not be saying who's going to be this, who's going to be.
Yeah.
There in some Caribbean countries, they can elect their speaker from within the parliament as we do, or they can elect them from outside the parliament.
Well, it's interesting. The former speaker had been calling for this independent speaker's role. I think as a part of his rationale for resigning was that he wanted to be independent. But is that a practical thing to happen? Mr. Peter, I'm going to start with you. Yeah. I mean, if you can you have an independent speaker?
Well, I think he might have been watching what's happening in London, in England, where the speaker is elected as unopposed. So the person who becomes the speaker in England is someone who would have been unopposed and therefore comes in as an independent. Although he may be part of one of the parties, he's seen and viewed as an independent. That takes a lot of maturity for smaller countries, where the speaker is part of the actual political process and therefore must be elected by one part, the governing party. And the speaker, though, can be independent in his action because there have been speakers before who would have taken very strong positions and who would have dealt with all members, as they should, of Parliament equally, and sometimes may be viewed as being as tough on governing and government members as they are on opposition members. And that's the role of the speaker, to be fair and balanced.
I just want to sort of reference what's happening on screen so our audience understands we are still witnessing the swearing in of House members. Leslie Miller Bryce, the MP for Seabreeze, just completing the process. It seems, we don't have the benefit of audio, but it seems as there are two things going on. Is there an oath of office and an oath of allegiance? Is that what happens?
Yeah, there are two oaths that they take.
Right.
Which I think, and they swear to be faithful to the Queen and her successors. I think it's time for us to change that.
I noticed the hesitation in your voice when you said it. I'm sure there are others who are going, really?
Yeah. I don't think there are any constitutional barriers to doing that. There's an oath act. And all you have to do is and you can change that in Parliament. That's only for. I think that's part of the maturity that we ought to aspire to. But in terms of the speaker or the presiding officer of the Senate, I think that it's very important that in the bigger parliaments, you'll hardly ever see a first-time parliamentarian being elected as a presiding officer. It's always a person who's come through the parliament, spent a term, a couple terms in parliament, and demonstrated proficiency in procedure, and showed fairness when they got up to speak. So it's a process. It ought to be. Becoming the presiding officer of Parliament ought to be a process you go through.
Understood. And just for the benefit of our audience, you would see two sets of activities going on. I think this is the incoming MP for Freetown. I think it's Wayne Monroe in the House of Assembly. We would have seen just prior to that swearing in of Barry Griffin, incoming PLP senator. And so we're seeing now, just on the screen, a bit of both. You're seeing the swearing-ins taking in, the individual swearing-ins in both the Senate and the House of Assembly. And they seem to be trying to move this process along to get members seated. I just want to go back, though, to something you mentioned about the Speaker and the President. And really, there should be a role held by a senior member, someone who has been who has been in Parliament before. Vincent Peter, I want to ask you to jump in on this. If I have been sitting in the House, this is my second, third term, if I'm coming back to the Senate, I'm looking for something substantive. I want a ministerial post or a senior post in government, and so that position may not be attractive to me.
Well, that's part of the problem because most MPs would want to be elevated, and if you were second term or third term MP, you would almost feel that you are not entitled. But you've earned certain
You're almost above that. Not that is a diminished position.
The speaker position is a very important role.
Right.
Very important role. And so individuals who are elected to that position must bring some level of experience and some maturity. And so sometimes, although you might be a first-term member, your background, your experience, your maturity will add to that position. Although ideally, what Mr. Tyne said should be the case, but in reality, that's not the case because the governments of the day always have the opportunity and the privilege of determining who is best for that position based on its own agenda.
Go ahead, sir.
I think it is we ought to make the office of Speaker attractive. So people who had experience being in the House 2 or 3 terms would want to aspire to it. So make the office by salary and emoluments. Give the speaker proper working environment and all of that. There are a lot of things that we could do to make the office make it more attractive than it is today.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things that was very distressing to me was when the former Speaker came out publicly to speak of the conditions under which he had to work in his office. And you talk about incentivizing it or making it attractive. Obviously, you don't even have proper working conditions. Who would want to take that job?
That's one of the reasons why we need a new Parliament.
Yeah.
So you can give the Speaker proper environment.
Yes.
We would have just witnessed 2 returning, one of them non-consecutive, but Fort Charlotte MP Alfred Sears and now Golden Gates Golden Isles MP Vaughn Miller would be proceeding with their swearing-ins. Vincent Pete, for a man like Alfred Sears now, who has come back, having been out of office for 5 years but has returned, a colleague who would have served along with you, who has come back as a senior member and a cabinet minister. What is, how significant is he going to be in governance and in helping to guide all of this now?
Extremely important because he brings with him a vast experience and a knowledge of the system, how it works, how it should work. Having been a former Attorney General, former Minister of Education, and clearly an experienced and a brilliant orator, he would then be able to help to guide the new members of Parliament. He would then be able to give very good and solid advice to the Prime Minister and to be part of a team that will have a mix, the experience and the new. And that balance, accepting fresh, innovative ideas from the new members and also using his experience from the past, knowing what the previous policies were, because as the former Attorney General, he would have been responsible for guiding a lot of preparing most of the policies. And so he will be a critical player, I think.
As a minister who is sitting in Parliament, help me in understanding this. The legislation that relates to your specific ministry and to your work, how much of a role do you have in crafting that legislation when it is coming to the House?
Well, ministers will have a very important role in that. The government's agenda is determined by the Prime Minister through Cabinet, and the Chief Legal Officer, advisor to the Prime Minister, is the Attorney General. And so ministers will have an input in what's happening in their ministry in terms of proposals, in terms of legislation, but that will ultimately go to the Cabinet. and ultimately dealt with by the Attorney General's office. And then the Prime Minister will certainly be the overall guide in the final product.
Now, let's talk a little bit about legislation and how it comes to the House of Assembly, or as you would have said, it is the Prime Minister who sets the agenda. It is the ministers who help with helping to craft that and ensure that the policies of government are, I guess, articulated in that legislation is coming to the House. But in terms of consultation, how does that work? If there is a piece of legislation that's going to be introduced, the Prime Minister would have said, this is what I want to happen. Minister would be responsible for helping to get it. So once it gets to Cabinet and there's a discussion, then what happens and how much consultation is there? And this is the conversation I'm trying to now lead us into the role of the backbenchers.
Yeah. Well, this is where it becomes important. In a modern parliament, backbenchers' input should be a very important element. Not most, but all parliamentary groupings have regular parliamentary meetings. I know when I was there, it was a weekly meeting, which is called by the Prime Minister, and the leader of government business would then chair that. And that would be the opportunity to get the input from backbenchers, because what you want to do is to make sure that all members feel relevant and feel that they have a contribution to make. And so what happens is sometimes the draft legislations are brought to the parliamentary grouping for input from members. Some members will have special skills, special knowledge of areas, and that's all put together. It goes back from there to the Prime Minister, back to Cabinet, and the Attorney General's office will then do the final vetting.
Okay. Two things, Mr. Tynes. We are moments after 10 o'clock. It would appear, and without having any real understanding of what is happening at Bahama, but it would appear that we are a bit behind schedule. I think at this point we would have expected, I don't know if we're able to see whether the Governor General has arrived, etc. But it would seem, I don't know, sir, if you can guide us as to what is possibly happening at this time. We're seeing these individual swearing-ins, but what really is happening now behind the scenes?
It appears to me as if they are swearing in members prior to the start of the House and Senate meetings,
right,
which I don't know. I really have to question that, because it ought to be a part of the official sitting of the House.
That's what I remember it to be.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it could be a very short process. Like I said, if you just allow them to stand in their places, and then they swear or affirm to the oaths, to the two oaths, and then they could do the signings. You can do the signings at any time. It looks as if that is what they're doing, trying to get the swearing-ins before the actual start of the meetings, which I don't think is, to my mind, is quite appropriate. But
and it certainly is time-consuming, because according to the schedule, we should have been now starting the process of the speech.
You have the election of the Speaker and the President.
I suspect we're going to have a long one.
All of that is before, and then you have the Speaker has to send a committee to the Government House to inform the Governor that the person that I have been elected Speaker, and please let us know what time you want us to be in the Senate. So all that has to happen first before the actual reading of the speech from the throne. So it's going to be a while.
Quite a while, for sure.
I don't know why they're doing this individually like this.
It is taking a bit of time. But before I asked that question, we were discussing sort of the legislative process, and I really want to now address the role of the backbencher. So on the surface of it, the name backbencher would seem as it's a diminished role. But let's talk about, Mr. Tynes, what is the role, who is the backbencher, and what is the role of the backbencher in Parliament?
They're called backbenchers, first of all, because in Westminster, the cabinet ministers, they sit on benches. They don't sit at tables like we do. They sit at benches. And the cabinet ministers would sit in the front bench, and then the persons who are not ministers would sit in the back, so they'd be the backbenchers. That's where the terminology came from. But the role of the backbench is I think Mr. Pete said earlier, is very critical. First of all, they have been elected by their constituents, and they are supposed to be a part. They have two roles. They are first of all, they are legislators, and they have a role in they are representatives of their people, and in their legislative role, they ought to be part of developing, creating legislation, developing legislation, and then disseminating that legislation to their constituents. You have to keep that representative role of the members of Parliament with their constituents, and so I think Mr. Pete had said earlier, it's critical that first of all, backbenchers are members of the majority party who are not cabinet ministers or parliamentary secretaries. So those are the backbenchers. I don't know what the numbers are this year, but I know that'll be very small if
we saw in the last administration that a lot of the dissension started in the backbenches, among the backbenchers.
Yeah, because if you don't engage them and make them feel a part of the process, that will happen. And the most critical, one of the most critical rules, the Parliament is supposed to be accountable. The executive branch, the government, is supposed to be accountable to the Parliament. One of the ways that the Westminster Parliament system that is supposed to happen is that you're supposed to have oversight committees that oversee all of the government ministries, and so you're supposed to have committees. There's a Ministry of Works, so in the House of Assembly you should have a committee that oversees anything that the Ministry of Works does, and the backbenchers would normally chair that.
We have a bit of audio coming through. We can allow our audience in just a moment to actually hear one or two of the swearing-ins. As soon as that audio comes up again, we'll have an opportunity to hear that. But certainly we will pick that up. So it's very important, as you said, to have the backbenchers as a part of that process. So now we are going to allow you an opportunity to hear swearing-ins.
Do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God. On top. I, Miles Kentworth Laroda, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
You would have just witnessed and heard the swearing-in of Miles Laroda. He is the Progressive Liberal Party's Member of Parliament for the Pinewood constituency. You see there, he would have just been sworn in to that. So we're giving you an opportunity just to now hear all of these swearing-ins.
I, Kirk Daniel Cornish, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a Member of Parliament, Member of House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, for any constituency within the same, according to the tenure and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Election Act, or any enactment, amending, or replacing the same. So help me God. Left eye, I gotta spin this some more. Oh, left eye. Top here? Yes.
Thank you.
Get it? I, Craig Daniel Cornish, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
All right, there, the new member for North Abaco, Kirk Daniel Cornish, sworn in to the House of Assembly. We are still anticipating, as this is going on, there are swearing-ins taking place within the Senate. Hopefully we'll be able to catch one or two of those and be able to hear what is happening. But also our team of Jasmine Brown and Kyle Walking are in the main hall or main part of the convention center, which of course is going to be replicated as the Senate, where the speech from the throne will be read. We're going to check in with Kyle and Jasmine right now to give us a glimpse into what has taken place since last we spoke and since last we were able to join you in that room.
Jerome, the last time you spoke to us, this room was empty, but I want you to take a look just behind us. Hundreds and hundreds of people seated here in the Grand Ballroom at the Convention Center at Bahama. Now they're actually watching the MPs take their oath of office on this big screen there. The room erupted in applause when folks like Ginger Moxie took her oath of office, and Jo Beth Colby Davis, they're obviously huge supporters of them. In the room next door, that's happening there, as well as the Senate at the same time. So it's a very, very busy morning, things happening at the same time, and moments later they will elect a Speaker of the House of Assembly and a President of the Senate before they make their way back in here to the ballroom. But Jasmine, as you can see, a very busy morning, packed house. There is somewhat social distancing, but they're also kind of close. What do you think?
I think it's a packed house. We have all the seats are filled at this point, and we have people actually standing in the back waiting to be seated. Now, there is social distancing. I mentioned that there's sanitization. Actually, Mr. Jack Thompson had to tell people to keep their mask on, and the only persons taking off their mask in the Senate and the House of Assembly would be those who would be sworn in. Besides that, it's a very packed. In fact, because it was packed, there was a lot of chatter in here. But then when BIS sent the feed on the big screens, you can hear the cheering behind me. Everybody started to quiet down and listen in for who they came to see. As Kyle said, there is cheering, but everybody is pretty much keeping their masks on. It's packed. We don't know if the ushers will tell people at some point that they can't stand in the back because this ballroom is only supposed to fit, as we're being told, 50 and 100 people.
But there are more people.
Definitely more than that.
At capacity, Kyle and Jasmine, thank you very much. I'm just curious, and I want to be able to talk to our Gillian Gray in just a moment as to what is happening on the outside, because as this is happening, there are preparations for the Governor General to arrive, correct? I think there is a ceremony that takes somewhat of some pageantry that takes place outside once he arrives. Mr. Tynes, you could maybe tell us what we could expect once the Governor General. There's an indication to him, I guess, at some point that they're ready.
Yeah, before that happens, they have to.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Tynes, you were saying?
Oh yeah. Before you get the Governor General comes to the Senate, you have to elect a Speaker first. Mm-hmm. You're supposed to before you become signed as a member of Parliament, the Parliamentary Commissioner is supposed to bring a certified list of members who have been elected. Mm-hmm. So I don't know how you could swear people in if the House has not in receipt of that list. Well,
obviously there are some things that are being done a little differently, and so I guess we'll sort of see how that all plays out at the end of the day. But as you would have heard, people are still trying to make their way in. I know previously it was an event purely by invitation only, eh?
I think it is this year also.
It is as well. And Vincent, being going to ask you, this is a bit of a political question, but if a supporter who has toiled tirelessly for the party shows up fully regaled and ready to participate, what do you say?
It is very difficult to tell that person go away. I'm sure there'll be some flexibility. There must be flexibility.
Yes.
I think because it's being held indoors,
Yes.
the invitations that the public get are supposed to have a seat number. So you're not supposed to have more people attending than their invitations issued, but
yes.
That's not.
Yeah.
In this environment, that's not going to happen.
I know of many other instances where there's an invitation with a set amount and show up with Mummy and Grammy and the children and
Actually, I was trying to get an invitation yesterday. A family member of mine came to me yesterday. I said, "Man, can I get the invitation to this?" And I couldn't get an invitation.
So I something very interesting though. I think we see there Pia Glover-Roll taking her oaths of office, but something I think the crowd is getting an opportunity to see in this instance that they don't normally see are these swearing-ins, because if I'm not mistaken, there is an area within the House and within the Senate that allow for spouses and some public seating, but the majority of the people are normally just seated on the outside waiting, eh?
Yeah, but no, yeah. What happened in the recent openings is that everybody is seated outside at the beginning, and after the speech from the throne, then the wives and spouses are allowed into the chamber itself.
Okay.
But people would see it because there was a screen outside showing what's happening in the House and in the Senate.
I have to admit, it's been some years since I have been actually downtown to witness it. But I want to go back, though, a bit to 1992, when all of this would have moved from the small Senate chamber to the outside. Then Prime Minister Hubert Ingraham called it government in the sunshine. But that opened it up to the public and gave an opportunity for more people to come and witness and to be a part. And that seemed to have changed things, eh?
It has. No, it was timely.
Right.
And it just happened to coincide with the slogan too, but it was timely.
Yeah.
And therefore, it allowed for more people to be part of the process and to see how their government works. Jerome, you mentioned earlier about backbenchers. And I really wanted to say that depending on how backbenchers, how aggressive they are, how involved they are, they can make as much of an impact on the process, on the system, as some ministers can. And many times, backbenchers, based on their involvement in policy, in procedures, can move to a level of influence that will impact the cabinet.
Well,
because to give you an example, some years ago, before Hubert Ingraham became a minister, he was an aggressive backbencher and was viewed by many as the leader of the backbench.
Yeah, yes.
Which resulted in elevation to the cabinet. In 2002, the now present Prime Minister Davis was viewed as the leader of the backbench because of his involvement and his skills. And so backbenchers can really make an impact.
And we would have, even in the last administration, if I can borrow that phrase, some of those backbenchers really became the proverbial thorn in the side of the Prime Minister's cabinet and the administration.
Yes.
And they rose to a lot of prominence from that backbench, so a very significant place.
And if they use the parliamentary committee system properly, that even enlarges the influence.
So let's talk about the committee system and whether we use it properly. You would have mentioned, Mr. Tynes, that because we appear to have a small backbench and many of the government's MPs have roles within government, whether they be ministers, the parliamentary secretary, or other things. It doesn't leave a lot of room in the backbench. But let's talk first about what these committees are designed to do and whether they have been doing their work over the past few administrations.
Well, the committees, like I said, are supposed to have oversight of the government in an attempt to hold them accountable to the parliament. And that's the basis of it. And so you would normally need sufficient backbenchers to make up to constitute the committees. And the committees are I think Mr. Pete may have mentioned it, are very, very important. You know, especially the Public Accounts Committee.
Critical.
It's a very, and I don't think it's always been used as it should. If you remember, I think it's during the 207 term. At the end of the 207 term, they had a Public Accounts Committee headed by Dr. Bernard Nottage, and I thought he used it quite effectively. Especially with they did a thing with the roads, the new roads, and I thought that played probably an important role in their victory at the polls. So these committees can propel backbenchers if they you have to be professional about it, and you have to take it seriously. You have to take your committee assignments seriously. And I think if you do that, you could actually make a big statement.
Vincent Pete, I know having served in government, how challenging is that to have members of your own party sit on a committee that may be challenging some things that are happening or some work that's being done? We see it done very effectively in the United States. You see these, Senate and House hearings and members sort of challenging things and the hearings going back and forth. But obviously our system is very different. But how challenging can that be when members of your own party who are sitting on the same side of you must now police the work that you're doing or the things that you're doing?
It could be difficult, but ministers, I think, who believe in accountability will understand that the system, for it to work properly, will have to allow for MPs, backbenchers, to ask difficult questions. And sometimes it keeps the ministers on their toes and get them to have their staff perform in the way that they should be performing. And so it's almost like an internal check on ministers and ministries, and effective backbenchers through their committees can do that without being hostile.
I think sorry if I can interrupt a minute. I think the first thing that has to happen is that people who are elected to the House of Assembly have to have an appreciation that their first loyalty ought to be to the institution of Parliament. In the Bahamas, and I guess in smaller countries, it seems as if the first loyalty is to the party, their political party.
All right. We would be witnessing, I think earlier we had thought we were watching Alfred Sears, but it looks like he is up now, taking his oath of office. Earlier our team had an opportunity to capture some sound from Prime Minister Philip Davis as he was arriving here. We're going to now take you to a portion of that interview we were able to capture as he arrived this morning.
Well, it is a joy to have given this privilege to lead our country, particularly at this time of the crises that we are facing. And we look forward to the challenge. We took it on because we believe we could deal with it. And that is how I feel, ready, able to go to solve the problems that we have.
All right, Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis speaking with a member of our team as he arrived this morning and took his place. We see here now proceedings within the Senate, and looks to be that we have a new Senate president who is preparing to take her seat for the very first time. All right. Of course, the Senate President and the senators serve a very significant role within the life of Parliament. Here there the applause of those in the room watching this. Mr. Tynes, this, as exciting as this must be a bit nerve-wracking, I'm sure, for the individuals who are coming to take up this position, as you have a very huge responsibility.
Yeah, especially for this lady who I would think is a first-time parliamentary.
We're going to cut to the proceedings now, if you give me.
Good morning, honorable senators. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Let us pray. Our Father and God, we thank you for this privilege of being in your presence this morning. We thank you for bringing us through a peaceful election. Father, this morning we pray for our Prime Minister and his cabinet, and indeed all of our elected officials that have been elected to serve. We pray for the President of the Senate and all members that have been appointed to serve, that they will serve with dignity and honor. We ask also, our Father, that they will seek your guidance and direction. I'll get it. As they serve this honorable chamber. It is our prayer, O God, that you will guide them and direct them in the way that they should go. We realize that it is not by accident that we are here today, but it's because of your divine guidance, and so for this we give you thanks. Father, as we begin this new session, I ask that your Holy Spirit will be their guide. Let them not forget their purpose, and that it is to put our people first. Service is the watchword. In the words of a famous song, I ask that you lead and guide them in the way that they should go. Bless them as they deliberate this morning. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen. The Lord's Prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Good morning, and God bless you in your deliverance today.
That I have no knowledge of any cause of impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same, so help me God. I, Michael Ronald Darville, do
All right,
swear.
quite a bit happening within the Senate and House of Assembly. Michael Darville being sworn in as a member of the House. Of course, he served as the Minister of Health within this administration as well. We also would have seen the first sitting of the new President of the Senate. We go now to our Gillian Gray, who's standing by. While all of the official ceremonies are going on, there's a lot of activity in the grand ballroom as people are preparing to hear the speech from the throne and bringing with them a level of excitement. Gillian.
Yes, I don't know if you
can hear behind me, but every time a new MP or senator gets up and they come on the screen, their family, their friends, they begin to clap, and the place just really erupts. Everybody is very happy to hear and to support the person that they've come to support today. And while we were out there, we were able to see a little bit of the fashion from some of the MPs themselves. We were able to interview Ms. Pia Glover. We were able to interview Ms. Leslie Miller-Bryce. We had, and trust me, the ladies, while they looked stunning, we also have some gentlemen as well who were exquisite in their trench coats, and some came with the long scissor tail coats, and we're going to bring some of that to you. Even our Deputy Prime Minister, he's in a scissor tail coat today, and so definitely everybody has come out in their best to basically represent not only the country but themselves, their family. And I'm here with a supporter who he is in a dashing white Kiss Bespoke coat with the gold buttons and sash. This is JJ Percenti. He is from Harbor Island. JJ, tell us why you decided to come out here.
Well, first of all, it is a new day, and we're very pleased to be here. Everyone has worked so hard so that our government can be in place so that we can get certain things done. We're very excited about the new mandates and projects coming up. But I'm wearing Kiss Bespoke because I like to support all Bahamian designers. As a Bahamian designer myself with the clothing line Bryland, which we have a store on Harbor Island, you can find us at bryland.co, BRYLAND.co. We're a luxury men brand. I think it's an economic stimulant. An event such as today, I mean, to see just how many Bahamian designers are represented, all of the ladies from Theodore Elliott, as well as all of the gentlemen. Most of the MPs are in Kiss Bespoke as well with Kedar, but all of the fascinators, the hairdos, just the looks,
the mask,
everyone, and everyone is being so safe in creating, social distancing, and this event definitely implies that we can manage our social distancing and COVID as we move forward in this new day. But this is truly an experience, and as the first time being here at Parliament, my grandfather came to the first opening of Parliament. My family is all here. The whole of the Percenti clan is here. This is a fantastic event for our family. Yes, it is. It's definitely something that we love to express our fashions, and we love to represent Harbor Island.
Before I let you go, just tell me, what are you looking forward to for Harbor Island and Eleuthera on the whole?
Well, we have currently a charity that we started called Bryland Aid. And Bryland Aid has been now definitely in the works for the last 2 years over the pandemics. We have accomplished quite a few things, from giving people protein. We gave out 60,000 gallons of water during the pandemic. We were able to give out propane and actual cooking gas. We were able to give out sanitation and also hygiene items. What we are looking to do is create more infrastructure. We're right now working with the new MP to fix some of the docks. We don't have any running water, or we don't have any bathrooms that work on either of the 3-island dock or on the Harbor Island dock. And this new MP is definitely fixated on working with a public-private partnership in order for the government to achieve all goals.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, JJ. Jerome, as you can hear, everybody is excited. They are buzzing about what the opening of Parliament means, not only for them and their family, but for their island and for the country. I just wanted to point out, as you would have seen, the new Senate President just would have gotten sworn in. Even her attire, it is deeply rooted and stemmed into our historical colonial past. So everything today, from the Senate to the House of Assembly, one of the MPs just got sworn in. This is Glenys Hannah Martin. I definitely want you to catch that, so we will come off of the screen. But as you can hear, everyone erupted with applause and with screaming when she came on the screen. So definitely we want to show our viewers that. But back to you, Jerome.
Allow you to hear some of Glenys Hannah Martin. She takes
for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God. I, Glenys Margaret Elaine Hannah Martin, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
Glenys Hannah Martin, one of the stars of the Progressive Liberal Party, returned to office as a representative for the Angliston constituency. She is the daughter of the late A.D. Hannah, former cabinet minister, MP, Governor General. We see also now the Honourable Fred Mitchell taking his oath of office as the MP for Fox Hill.
Was an impediment why I'm not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same, so help me God. To raise this as well. Sorry? You have to raise this again. Yes. I, Frederick Audley Mitchell, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors according to law, so help me God.
All right. Again, Fred Mitchell taking his oath of office as a Member of Parliament for the Fox Hill constituency. He is returned to that constituency, having lost the 2017 election. We see now the MP for Exuma, Deputy Prime Minister, taking his oath of office.
I, Isaac Chester Cooper, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God.
One more.
I, Isaac Chester Cooper, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
The returning Member of Parliament for Exuma, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism. And now, the Member of Parliament and Member of Parliament for Cat Island, St. Salvador and Rum Cay, and Leader of the Progressive Liberal Party and Prime Minister.
I, Philip Edward Brave Davis, do swear that I have no knowledge of any cause or impediment why I am not capable of sitting and voting as a member of the House of Assembly of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, or for any constituency within the same, according to the tenor and true meaning of the Constitution and the Parliamentary Elections Act, or any enactment amending or replacing the same. So help me God. Those are the details. Yeah, those are the details. That's what I was saying. I, Philip Edward Brave Davis, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, her heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God.
All right, we see there the swearing in of the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rum Cay and St. Salvador. He's the leader of the Progressive Liberal Party as well as the Minister of Finance and Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I think that this may be the end. I'm not quite sure if we have more, but what you are viewing now is are the proceedings within the House of Assembly. Prime Minister is taking his seat as the member for that Family Island constituency. All right, so Mr. Tynes, I'm going to bring you in very quickly. What do we expect to happen right now that all members are seated?
I expect that the Parliamentary Commissioner will come to the bar of the House and present the clerk with a copy of the certified list of persons who have been elected. And I don't know if the clerk would read, the clerk would normally read those names off. Mm-hmm. And then after that, he would invite the members to elect from among them a person to be the Speaker of the House.
Okay, I think we are, as you would have indicated, expecting the Parliamentary Commissioner to come with those election results.
Apparently he's already gotten it.
Proclamation dated the 19th day of August 2021, made pursuant to Article 65 of the Constitution, the Governor General proclaimed that the next session of Parliament shall be held in the city of Nassau, in the island of New Providence, on Wednesday, the 6th day of October 2021, at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. And whereas it is not convenient to convene the next session of Parliament in the city of Nassau as proclaimed in the said proclamation, now therefore I, Cornelius A. Smith, Governor General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, do hereby proclaim that the next session of Parliament shall be held at the premises known as Bahama in the Western District of the island of New Providence, outside the city of Nassau, on Wednesday, the 6th day of October 2021, and shall commence at 10 a.m. in the forenoon, given under my hand and public seal of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in the city of Nassau, 4th day of October in the year of our Lord, 2021, and in the 69th reign of Her Majesty's reign. Governor General, God save the Queen.
Senator Barry Griffin, on being elected the Vice President of the Senate. I shall now invite you to bring brief remarks.
Thank you, Madam President. Honorable Senators, I thank Almighty God for His grace and His mercy. I thank my family and friends for their love and support. And I thank the Prime Minister for his confidence in me. I stand here today extremely humbled by your show of trust in electing me to serve as your Vice President, a role that helps guide the agenda of this most sacred upper house. The historic nature of my election as the youngest person to hold this role does not escape me. As our country seeks a new day of bold ideas, sharp vision, and modern solutions, my election is a testament to this government's commitment to ensuring that young people have a meaningful seat at the table. I accept the Vice Presidency in the spirit of partnership, and I look forward to working with each of you, my Senate colleagues, on behalf of the Bahamian people. In this upper chamber, we may belong to different parties, but we serve one country. We stand united in our pride and prayers for every man, woman, and child born to this Commonwealth. We, in this House, must work together to build a future that includes all Bahamians. Today, as we open this new legislative session, let us model the character, courage, and civility of former members of this House, such as Dame Doris Johnson, who was at the front lines in the fight for the very existence of this Parliament. Let us honor her memory and all those who came before us, not just in eulogy, but in dialogue and trust across the aisle. In our collective spirit to move our country to better and to use the power of our pen to bring more possibilities and prosperity to our Bahamian people. With today's convening of the Senate, we begin anew. I congratulate all members of the lower house on their election and all members of this upper house on their appointment. I especially want to congratulate our new members of our joint houses of parliament. The genius of our founding fathers was that at least every 5 years, new members bring to our houses of parliament their spirit of renewal and hope for the Bahamian people. This Senate is reinvigorated by its new members, by their optimism, their idealism, and their commitment to our country. Each of us brings our shared values, our commitment to the Constitution, and our personal experiences. My path to the Senate began in 1953, when my grandfather, William Griffin, an Andres man, decided that he wanted to live in a better Bahamas. He became the 6th ordinary person to join the newly formed Progressive Liberal Party. Like so many in his generation, he wanted more for himself and for others who would follow. Because of his legacy, I was raised in a family that is deeply patriotic and staunchly progressive. My grandparents and parents taught me that public service was a noble calling and that we had a responsibility to help build our country for the better and to help forge a path for others to do the same. I have no doubt that my grandfather is looking down on me today, beaming with pride. The election of 2021 will be remembered as a call to change, not merely to change control of government, but for a new direction for our country. On behalf of my Senate colleagues, I promise you, the Bahamian people, that we will work together to build a strong, dynamic, visible, and resolute Senate. We will take seriously our duties to scrutinize all bills before Parliament and to only act in the best interests of you, the Bahamian people. The vision of our forefathers has sustained us for over 48 years, and it accounts for what is best in our great nation: liberty, opportunity, and a fair chance for all. A new day has dawned, and now it is our responsibility to build upon that vision. To my parliamentary colleagues, we have made history. Now, let us make progress for the Bahamian people. May God bless our work, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Madam President.
I will now appoint the following members to be a committee to wait on His Excellency, the Governor General. Senator the Honorable Darren Pickstock, Chairman. Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell. Senator the Honorable Maxine Seymour. You will inform His Excellency that the Senate has proceeded to the election of its President, and I, Julie Lachelle Adderley, have been so elected.
All right, so we see now, we're going to now go over to the proceedings of the House of Assembly.
our willingness and readiness to participate as full citizens in the affairs of our country. We women are ready, willing, and able. You must no longer deny us our rights." End quote. That right to vote was won and exercised for the first time ever when women went to the polls in November 1962. Doris Johnson would go on to become the first woman ever to seek election to this House, the first woman to lead the Senate, and the first woman to serve in cabinet. But it was all of 20 years later before a woman crossed the bar, that very bar that Doris Johnson was stopped at, and took a seat in the House as a duly elected member. That woman was the then member for Yamacraw, the now Dame Janet Bostwick, who made history when she broke what up to then seemed a stubborn barrier and led the way for every woman parliamentarian elected thereafter. But we must never forget that it was the courage and bold agitation of the suffragettes, Mary Ingram, Albertha Isaacs, Virginia Lockhart, Mabel Walker, Georgiana Simonet, Doris Johnson, amongst others, and the full political support of the Progressive Liberal Party that precipitated the empowerment of women by the attainment of the franchise. The call for equal rights, however, made some 62 years ago, remains yet to be realized, as women continue to face discrimination in the form of unequal rights to that of our male counterparts under our Constitution. So the work is not yet done. And while tremendous advances have been made, women continue to be underrepresented in this House. This despite us making up half the population and more than half of the electorate. That statistical fact should give us pause, because it is in this legislature, the place of debate and lawmaking, that the social, economic, and cultural progress of our people is aired and decided, and the voices of women are few and far between. Women who in many instances head households, who are primary nurturers, who bear our children, who pay taxes, and decide our future by going to the polls in goodly numbers and electing governments. It is vital, therefore, to our children's future and the future of our nation, for generations yet unborn, that the voices of women be heard in this House, and for our energies, insights, and instincts, for our patriotic love to be seen and felt and made manifest in the forward progress of our people. But history is being made in a different way today. Should my motion carry, this will be the first time in Bahamian history that women will simultaneously lead both houses of Parliament, both the House and the Senate. So this is indeed a new day. From the day that Doris Johnson made her historic plea. I end by saying we must never forget the journey from whence Bahamian women have come, and the farther we must go. The work is not yet done. I am confident that the women elected to this Parliament will bring informed debate, will serve with integrity, and bring a qualitative presence to public life. And I believe the member-elect for Bamboo Town will preside over these proceedings with sound, stellar, and fair leadership. I urge the support of this House in electing her to that chair. I so move.
Is there a seconder?
Yes. Honorable members, It is with immense gratitude and appreciation to God, my family, the wonderful people of Elizabeth, the Prime Minister and MP for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador, the Progressive Liberal Party, and my encouraging team of supporters that I am honored to stand here today as the first female member of Parliament for the Elizabeth constituency. I rise in this honorable chamber with the understanding that the most sacred democratic tradition in the world has made it possible for me to stand here in this legislative body and at this specific time in our nation's history. I do not take this opportunity lightly, and I therefore promise to serve to the best of my ability. Honorable members, the recently concluded general elections is historic for many reasons. Aside from the magnitude of victory by the PLP and the observation that both the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister represent Family Island constituencies, the general elections of 2021 have also ushered in the largest number of women into elective legislative office in our nation's history. It is important to note that the increasing number of females in elective office is not occurring exclusively in the Bahamas. Indeed, in many spaces around the world and regionally, the number of women in elective legislative office is on the rise. In the United States of America, the Speaker of the House of Representatives is a female. In Jamaica, a female was elected Speaker of the House of Assembly after a record-setting 18 females were elected to office. In Trinidad and Tobago, after a history-making 12 women were elected to the House of Representatives, a female was elected to serve as Speaker. Honorable members, it has been 60 years since women gained the right to vote in the Bahamas. It has been 39 years since the first female in the person of the Honorable Janet Boswick was elected to this chamber. It has been 24 years since a female in the person of the Honorable Rome Italia Johnson has headed this body. The time has now come for another female to serve as Speaker. Bearing in mind all that I have said, it is with great pride that I rise to second the nomination of the member of the Bamboo Town constituency, Patricia DeVoe, as the 54th Speaker of this honorable chamber. My relationship with the member of Bamboo Town goes back several years, and I can honestly say that she has been preparing for this role for quite some time. As the chief officer and the highest authority in the House of Assembly, I am certain that the member for Bamboo Town will always discharge her duties with impartiality. In electing the member for Bamboo Town as Speaker, this chamber is recognizing the diversity and everyday realities of the wider Bahamian society, as many of our households are headed by women. As women legislators, we represent the aspirations of every young Bahamian girl. This is an awesome responsibility and one that we must always remember. We nominate Patricia DeVoe for Speaker not as a form of tokenism, but as recognition that the member for Bamboo Town is prepared and fully capable of leading this body. Honorable members, as I look around this chamber, I see many new faces, myself included. In fact, more than 60% of the members in this session are first-time representatives. This observation tells us that our people want change in so many areas. In an age when many voters have become disillusioned with the political process, we who have been elected must deliver. Now more than ever before, we must use this body to pass laws that address the concerns of our nation and truly uplift our people. Let us therefore commit to serving with pride, transparency, accountability, and with the understanding that it is about the people we represent in our various constituencies and indeed throughout our country. Honorable members, It is with these few words that I proudly second the nomination of the member for Bamboo Town as Speaker. Indeed, a new day has come.
It has been moved and seconded that the member for Bamboo Town be elected Speaker. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The member for Bamboo Town has been elected Speaker. Let's go.
We would have seen the nomination and the seconding for the role of House Speaker Patricia DeVoe. We would have seen very impassioned, short presentations from the member for Angliston, as well as the member for Elizabeth. Glenys Hannah Martin, of course, a returning longtime PLP MP and now back into position of Cabinet Minister. And JoBeth Colby, who will also be holding a position in Cabinet, but also the incoming member for Elizabeth. Mr. Tynes, what is happening now for the benefit of our viewers?
Well, the newly appointed elected Speaker is being robed and putting on, I guess, a wig and making her last minute
adjustments. Yes, yes, yes. And
to come on and take over the chair.
And then, of course, once that happens, we expect some remarks from the Speaker, and then, of course, we will move to the activities which will prompt the speech from the throne. A committee has been formed from the upper chamber to take the message to the Governor General, eh?
Yeah, that is, I've never seen that, I don't think.
So the committee usually comes from the lower chamber, from the House of Assembly, right?
Assembly, yeah.
So this is the first
So
time.
I don't know if this is a joint, I don't know if this is going to be a joint committee, or are they doing it from the upper house? I don't know, but it's a change.
Sure. And the purpose of this committee is to inform the Governor General that they have elected a president.
See, that's the thing. The committee usually advises the Governor General that a speaker has been elected.
Right.
It never said anything about the election of the Senate's president. It always addresses the election of a speaker.
It appears to be an adjustment.
Right.
I don't know. Well, I guess they can make that adjustment. I don't know.
I guess there's nothing in law, I guess.
No, yeah, it's only it's.
So, and just for the benefit of our viewers, so you do understand what is happening in the tradition of the Parliament. Once the president is elected in the Senate, and once the Speaker of the House is elected within the confines of that chamber, the message then goes to the Governor General, who then arrives into the proceedings or into the Senate chamber, takes the seat, and then summons House members.
Yes.
And just so for the benefit again of the audience, what you will see is the Senate, in essence, sitting in the grand ballroom where the Governor General will come and take the seat. On the outside, you see there the police color guard awaiting the arrival of the Governor General, who will do a brief inspection, I think, and then take his place on the inside. Of course, all of this having to be perfectly timed. And so there are a lot of messages going back and forth as to what is happening. So as soon as the Speaker takes a seat, that will, of course, trigger some other activities for the arrival of the Governor General, who then will take his place, summon the members of the House, and then proceed with the speech from the throne. So a lot of coordination taking place here.
Yeah. Can I just say that this whole opening is really a reenactment of the events of 1642, when Charles I, King of England, imposed himself in the House of Commons. and chased the speaker out of the chair, and then asked the speaker to where are the 5 members that he come looking for to arrest. And of course, the speaker had made his famous speech. I don't neither have eyes to see or nor tongue to speak, except for what the members tell me to say.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the start of the removal of the speaker as the king's man, and he becomes the member of he recognizes the house as his true lord. And you know, that whole event ended in a civil war between the Parliament and the king. And the Parliament's army won the war, won the civil war, and then it led to the beheading of Charles I for treason.
That was quite a history lesson. Looking at this, you would think that, you know, this is steeped in some kind of amicable ceremony.
Yeah, it is, because
Order! Good morning, Your Excellency. Chief Superintendent of Police, Anthony Curtis, reports the 2021 opening of Parliament Guard of Honor, comprising of 4 units under my command. The combined Royal Bahamas Police and Defense Force Band under their respective directives. Superintendent Selden Adley and Force Chief Matthew Rowe. The parade stands at the open order and awaits Your Excellency's inspection. Your Excellency, may I have your permission to stand fast, number 1 unit, and the remainder stand at ease. Stand fast!
Back inside the House of Assembly, where the House Speaker, newly elected House Speaker Patricia DeVoe, sits as Speaker officially for the first time.
Good morning, honorable members. I'd like to read 2 brief scriptures. The first is from Luke chapter 22, verse 2.
right here. Stand up. Let's give him a nod. Yes, Governor! Attention! Governor! Shoulder! Governor! Royal salute! Present! Governor! Shoulder! Order!
Citizens in an independent Bahamas the right to exercise their freedom of assembly and association. This year marks our 292nd year of unbroken parliamentary tradition. For this, we can be justly proud. As we have reassembled in this new day, although differently constituted, I would like to recognize that today is an historic day of many. As a result of the ongoing health pandemic, we have opened Parliament away from the historic halls of Parliament Square. Honorable members, today I have the privilege of being the second female in Bahamian history and the first female appointed by a Progressive Liberal Party majority to preside as the chairperson of this honorable assembly. For that, I am eternally grateful. Before I commence my charge, I crave your indulgence to allow me, firstly, to thank the Creator of this universe for his tender mercies, love, and redemption. I sincerely extend gratitude to the wonderful constituents of Bamboo Town for the confidence they have reposed to me to represent them during this electoral cycle. I would like to thank the honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Cay, and San Salvador, and my parliamentary colleagues for your vote of confidence in elevating me to this distinguished office in this parliamentary institution. Lastly, but certainly not least, to my daughter, family, and friends, thank you for your patience, understanding, and benevolence. It is with deep sense of humility that I accept my appointment to the office of Speaker. I shall endeavor to continue the tradition of dignity and honor that has marked this office. I will seek to prove myself worthy of my office. I will aim as high as I can to maintain the decorum, respect, dignity, and fidelity in the proceedings of this honorable House. I assure you that I will claim from His Excellency all of those ancient rights and privileges that have been historically afforded to members of Parliament. These rights and privileges extend beyond those of ordinary citizens, particularly the privilege of freedom of speech. I would urge honorable members not to abuse these privileges. I intend to protect the privileges of this House and of members so that they can enjoy almost unfettered freedom to speak on behalf of Bahamians. And I caution you not to abuse these rights. We cannot afford any slippage in any of those areas if we intend to advance the institution. I will be naming the sessional committees in short order. I wish to remind the honorable members that these committees are a part of the construct of the institution. They play a very important role in the overall functioning of the legislative branch of our parliamentary democracy. There is much work to be done. After they would have been appointed, each committee will be expected to carry out its mandate. Members, I have come to discover across the Commonwealth nations that there is a speaker's tradition of being fair to minorities. A tradition that holds steadfast to the notion that we are all equal and the equality of our voices through collective responsibilities can revive, redirect, and rebuild a robust and responsible parliament, recognizing the fundamental ideals associated with the corporate governance. As Speaker, I intend to maintain this ancient tradition, as it is my hope that notwithstanding our partisan opinions, this Parliament will create better relations with each other, while tabling the affairs of the people in order to create progressive and transformative recommendations which will ultimately enhance legislative change. While the Chair is cognizant of the fact that the Executive is present in the Chamber to account to Parliament for its stewardship of the people's business, there will be an overarching principle that as far as possible, all members wear the same size cloak of honor, and based on that assumption, all members are to be treated equally. The business of this House will be conducted in an atmosphere of respect. I charge all members to be courteous and respectful to the Chair. I charge members to also be courteous and respectful to each other in the conduct of your debates. Honorable members, as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to plague our nation, we owe a great debt to many who are not here, many who didn't live to see the sunrise on this new day. Therefore, it is our solemn duty to press forward. We must press forward with a determined zeal to continue the progress that this Parliament initiated when it was first convened in 1729, which was never broken from this very chair. Their voices have all charged parliamentarians to deliver security, prosperity, and to recognize the abiding respect for the rule for our common humanity. From the depths of the greatest health crisis of our time, we must coordinate our response to avoid further catastrophe in the hope of steering our country in a direction to heal our nation. This is important work. This is the good work that we were elected to do. Therefore, let's press forward and not backwards, upward with the confidence of creating bipartisan relations, onward to a firm belief that human dignity is the greatest respect we can afford our fellow constituents, and together. Holding hands, acknowledging that this, as imperfect as we are, we were made imperfectly perfect through our collective uniqueness. As your 55th Speaker, I wish to assure you that I will take my task very seriously, and I shall conduct the business of this House in a fair and unbiased manner. Each member should have received a package of documents containing very helpful information. A copy of the rules of procedures is in that package. I counsel you to acquaint yourselves with these rules, as I shall enforce them. I am not unmindful of the view that the Chamber is a political arena, and a degree of latitude will be extended to all members. It is not the intention of the Chair to stifle debates or to render them dull and lifeless, but do expect the Chair to allow the conduct of business of this Chamber to descend to a level of unacceptable mean. Disrespect for the Chair will in no way be tolerated. Honorable members, as a body, we are servants of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. As individuals, we are the servants of our constituents. We have a moral obligation to treat them with respect by embarking on every debate with sobriety and decorum. We have a moral obligation not only to show up for work, but to show up for work on time. I have every intention to start the business of this House on time every day. I have the assurance that the government is committed to ensuring the attendance of a sufficient number of members to form a quorum. For that, I am pleased. The time for the commencement of each meeting is set in the motion for suspension or adjournment. Let us make a concerted effort to honor this commitment. The elections are over, and while the people's decision cannot be favorable to everyone, we must bear in mind that it is the people's right to decide who will govern them over the next 5 years. The decision has been made. It's time now to get on with the people's business. I now take this opportunity to congratulate the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Honorable Philip Edward Brave Davis, for driving his party to victory during the elections held 16 September 21. I also wish to congratulate all members who were successful in their respective constituencies. Let us all look forward to this new parliamentary session with hope and determination to progressively enhance the quality of life for all and sundry. Thank you. The member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. I am advised by the clerk that you seek permission to address the House. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with considerable honor and pride I stand to congratulate you on your election as Speaker of our Honorable House. which has been in continuous existence as the Assembly of the Bahamian people for some 292 years, as has been mentioned before. This is one of the oldest parliaments in the world. I know that this is a moment replete with pride for you and your family. It is your achievement, but it's also an achievement for all Bahamians, as this parliament, and it bears repeating again, for only the second time in our history, has chosen a woman to preside over its proceedings. You follow in the footsteps of Ms. Italia Johnson, and I'm proud to say another person of Cat Island descent, who in 1997 had the honor of being the first woman to be elected Speaker. And as the representative for Cat Island in this place, I warmly extend their congratulations, and we are proud of your accomplishment, and we have no doubt that you'll be balanced and judicious and rule with equanimity from the seat of your authority. Madam Speaker, a few moments ago, 39 members were sworn in as members of this House. Of this group, 24 are new to our honorable House. At a time of great crisis, we should greet this infusion of new thinking, new perspectives, and new energy with the warmest of welcomes. It is indeed a very serious time to become a representative of the people, a time when our challenges are great and the needs of our people many. I congratulate all of our fellow members and pray that each one of us works hard and well for our constituents and for all Bahamians. We must all respect and honor the rules, customs, and practices that have guided the conduct of members of our House and ensure that democratic principles are fully entrenched in everything that we do. And as Madam Speaker is well aware, the political impartiality of the Speaker is one of the most important features of our system. Now that you have taken your solemn oath, and each and every member of the House should feel confident that you will deal with them fairly, and you've expressed that in your opening statements, and not to show any form of favoritism or partiality. In like manner, we are all obliged to demonstrate courtesy and respect for you and for your office. Madam Speaker, I hope that my years of parliamentary experience will allow me, when helpful, to guide the new members and to offer to you, Madam Speaker, any wisdom gained from that experience, of course, without overstepping my role or overstepping or intruding on yours. Madam Speaker, on the 16th of September, the people of the Bahamas ushered in a new day. I would like to commend the Bahamian people for the peaceful, serious, and measured manner in which they exercised their democratic right. The Bahamians who sent us to the House to represent them did so with votes that were not in many cases easy to cast. In fact, to our regret, many of our fellow citizens who wished to vote were not able to, for various reasons. Nonetheless, the election last month did send a message. Bahamians said loud and clear that old answers are not the solutions we need to build a new future. And there's no time to waste. The day of reckoning is here. Problems that were postponed too long must now be confronted. Many of the choices which lie ahead will not be easy ones. But if we have the best interests and the dignity of the Bahamian people as our North Star, we will rise to the moment. Even as we move to stabilize the nation's finances, we need to invest in new healthcare capacity and to get our children back into classrooms that are safe for everyone. We need to build an economy that is dynamic and exciting enough to answer the doubts of every young Bahamian who wonder if their future can be built here. We have a moral imperative to transform opportunities in education and employment and ownership. We have to build for the future, even as we confront the present. In Parliament, the people rule through their representatives, but there is a higher power who would want us to act from a place of mercy, compassion, and humility. Let us pray that we reach that worthy aspiration. Madam Speaker, it will be our sacred responsibility in the House of Assembly to not just find an exit from existing crises, but to build a country that is stronger and more resilient. Let this be a time of renewal, a time when we come together with courage and with common purpose to define our nation's cause, a time to serve our people. And I emphasize, a time to serve our people, our country, and our God. May God bless you, Madam Speaker, bless all of us, and of course, may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Is that a communication that you would like to be tabled?
I will table, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Clerk, order that the document be brought up. Order that the document do lie on the table. I now invite honorable members to elect from among yourselves a member to be the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Member for South and Central Eleuthera.
On behalf of the resilient people of the great constituency of Central and South Eleuthera. First, I would like to thank God Almighty, my wife Delia, my family, the Honorable Prime Minister, members of the Progressive Liberal Party, my team members, and especially my constituents. As newly elected members of this chamber, we are not in this place by chance. It has been almost 40 years since the Progressive Liberal Party has represented the constituency of St. John's, now known as North Eleuthera. The then member was the Honorable Peter Bethel, who made great strides for the fishing industry in developing the communities in that constituency. The now member for North Eleuthera is a true example of how hard work, determination, in building relationships leads to success. He has a tall task in rebuilding Eleuthera, but I am sure he is up for the challenge, and no doubt he will succeed. Eleuthera did indeed bring home twins, and I am excited to work along with my friend and my brother to bring back the glory days to Eleuthera with a renewed focus on family island affairs and development. Eleuthera will now get the focus and attention it has lacked for so long. It is indeed a new day. Madam Speaker, it is only then fitting that I rise to nominate the Honourable Member for North Eleuthera to the Deputy Speaker of the House.
Is there a seconder? Honourable Member for Central and South Apico.
Madam Speaker, I am humbled to rise from the Central and South Apico constituency. I'm here to serve my fellow Abiconians. I would like to thank my family, my team, particularly my fellow Abiconians for putting me in a place to bring Apico back from the ashes. We have been severely distressed. Our challenges are overwhelming, and I plan to stand and speak strong for my people. I rise to second the motion for Deputy Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honourable Member for North Eleuthera be elected Deputy Speaker of the House. As many are in favour will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The Honourable Member for North Eleuthera has been elected Deputy Speaker of the House. I congratulate the member for North Eleuthera and invite you now to bring brief remarks.
Today. It is truly a new day. Although I am a man of very few words, I'm humbled and honored. Thank you for the privilege of addressing such a high-level and distinguished audience. It is with great pleasure that I accept this post as the Deputy Speaker of the House, and I will do my endeavor best to make sure that order is kept. And I warn you members, be careful. We are here to do the people's work, and you have to take the chip off your shoulder. It's not yellow, it's not red, it's not green. It's time to put the Bahamian people back into this Parliament House and make this a truly honorable house. I will do my endeavor best to make sure that order is kept, this distinguished house, and be fair to all individuals involved. I look forward to being your humble servant, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honourable Member for North Eleuthera. I will now appoint the following members to be a committee to wait on His Excellency, the Governor-General. The Honourable Member for Golden Gates, the Honourable Member for Central and South Eleuthera, and the Honourable Member for St. Barnabas. You will inform His Excellency that the House has proceeded to the election of its Speaker, and I, Patricia DeVoe, Member of Parliament for the Bamboo Town constituency, have been so elected. You will also advise His Excellency that the House desires to know when His Excellency will be pleased to receive members of the House of Assembly in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahama.
Come back to us, gentlemen. Stand by. Of course, we are well along in the proceedings of the morning. You would have seen there the nomination process for the Speaker and Deputy Speaker, a few remarks from each of them. And now the committee has been appointed or named to inform the Governor General that they are ready. You can see off there to the side of your screen the spouses of the House members are going to take up their positions for the speech from the throne inside the grand ballroom. But it seemed, earlier there was some kind of committee appointed for the Senate, but now this is the committee, as you would have said, who will inform the Governor General that they are ready to come over. So, Mr. Tynes, take us through officially what will happen next.
Well, I think members would be supposed to be driven to Government House,
right,
to inform the Governor of the election of the Speaker and what time he will agree to see them in the Senate. So they're supposed to be off to that.
So, of course, I guess at this point, wherever he is in the holding room, because we would have witnessed his physical arrival at Bahama and the inspection of the Guard of Honor and the Color Guard there, and he has,
so he's
taken his position up somewhere on the inside.
Yeah, so he's there, so they'll go and inform him, and he'll tell them that he wants them to come immediately. And so the Speaker will then inform the members, and they'll then parade out to wherever they have them space for them seated in the grand ballroom, I guess.
And we see there just a shot of the grand ballroom and the proverbial throne where the speech will be read from, and just waiting for that to happen. One of the things that I found interesting in the Speaker's remarks was her insistence on the following of the rules of the House, the protection of privilege, or the privilege that is given to members of the House, but the protection of other members, and also the insistence on starting on time and respecting of the chair. And these are very important, Mr. Tynes. Maybe you can help us to understand why those things are so important to the orderly conduct of the House of Assembly, and by extension, I guess, both houses of Parliament.
All of it builds, supposed to be building toward the authority of the Speaker. So I was glad that she mentioned the privilege, because it's very important for members to know that they do have privileges beyond the ordinary citizen.
Right. And let's delve into that a little bit and what that House privilege gives you and why it's easy for that to be abused.
Well, actually, there's only one relevant privilege now, and that's the freedom of speech. The members, parliamentarians, are able to say anything in the House of Assembly. They have the freedom to speak. I don't want to say that they have unfettered freedom, because there are some rules that prevent them from saying certain things. But they can say things about institutions outside of Parliament and even people outside of Parliament that they would not probably be able to say publicly any other way. So they do have some privilege beyond other citizens.
Mr. Pete, why are those privileges so sacred and so important and should not be abused?
Well, I suppose it comes from the basic tenet of democracy, where a member of Parliament is elected and should be able to defend, expose, and protect the citizens. And because he or she is a member of Parliament, there are certain protections which they are given. And they must have the latitude to be able to do that without being sued, without being victimized by the public.
And I guess that's where I wonder where the word anxiety is, but when a private citizen is named or identified in the House of Assembly, as that citizen, you don't necessarily have recourse, do you?
No, and I think that's where the Speaker comes in, the presiding officer, to protect those things. If someone says something about a private citizen, she has the discretion to stop it and make the person withdraw it. These privileges date back from the Bill of Rights in 1688, 1689, and all of these were put in the Bill of Rights, all to remove the power of the king over Parliament and give the Parliament authority and independence from the king. And I think so. You know, I think so these privileges are very ancient for true, and I think they need to be protected. You know, do in a way so persons are not impacted negatively from what members say in the House of Assembly.
Madam Speaker, she was very firm, and she is aware of history, and the first female speaker, was very firm.
I was a reporter in Parliament. She was extremely firm,
and sort of ruled with an iron fist almost. So the protection of individual members would be very high on her agenda, and I believe that would give her even more credibility across the board.
Mr. Tynes, you certainly were in the House during the days of our first female speaker, Natalia Johnson. Was it different having a female speaker versus all of the male speakers that would have come before and even after her?
It was different, even from the fitting of the wig and the gown. You know, most men were taller and stuff like that, so it was different. And like when the male speakers were getting ready and robed, we were able to go in the room with them. But you know, with the female speaker, he couldn't do that.
Right.
So you know, but I think being the first female speaker, I think she wanted to ensure that her authority was recognized and accepted. So she did it with an iron fist, true.
Oh, she certainly did.
Yeah.
I remember those days very, very clearly. We would have also heard, in reference to women, the fact that so many women have been elected to Parliament in this grouping. There's so many. This is for the first time you will have a female President of the Senate and female Speaker of the House. And really, what I found also encouraging was that even though they were from different political sides, the ladies of the PLP recognized the contribution of those women from the other side, because it was an FNM in the person of Janet Bostwick, who was elected in 1987, and then Natalia Johnson, who was then chosen as Speaker. But, you know, that to me showed the political maturity.
It is precisely, that's the point. And I think it's important for Bahamians to see it as it is.
Yes.
And to fully appreciate the distance from which we have come. And also, talking with female MPs, Ruby Ann Dallin Cooper was also the first PLP female to be.
She was that
Exuma.
She was the first
elected female
from the Progressive Liberal Party.
Yes, for Exuma. So as part of the historical context, it's important to put those all together. And it was good to see Honourable Glenys Hannah Martin going as far back as Dame Doris, who was really the pioneer, the female pioneer in parliamentary terms, and who Sir Lyndon saw fit to make the first female cabinet minister.
And not really, you know, you're thinking back to 1977. That was very bold and groundbreaking in many ways, and I think sometimes we forget. That she held such a position of esteem.
Oh yeah, she crashed the ceiling back in the day, and because she was so well qualified academically, historically, and all the rest, she was way ahead of her time. So Lyndon, with his vision, saw that and used her to propel other females, to tell them this is possible, you could do it too.
Right. You know, unfortunately, we haven't, you know, there hasn't always been that consistency in terms of the numbers in cabinet. and around the decision-making table. This Prime Minister has sought to change that and bring a significant amount of women to the cabinet table and give them significant roles in government. And I think it started to some to an extent under
Mr. Christie.
Mr. Ingram, I would say, even in his first cabinet in 1992. You'd had quite a few women. Of course, Mr. Christie then would have brought Cynthia Mother Pratt
expanded it, the first deputy
Prime
Minister.
So these are the significant things that have happened for women, and hopefully we will see the continuation of that. It appears from what we are seeing that committee has reported to the Governor General and has returned to the House of Assembly, and any moment now I would hasten to say that there will be a request for them to assemble within this chamber of the chambers of the Senate.
Yeah, normally the black rod of the Senate would actually walk over to the House. The doors of the House would be closed, and they would knock on the door of the black rod and ask permission to come to the House. And that all, I said it all goes back to 1642, when King Charles he invaded the House. And the day before, he sent some troops to go to the House to arrest the men. And the House got wind of that they were coming, and they closed the doors and prevented the army men from coming into the House. And that's where this all goes back to that.
And if you could explain to us what is the significance of the black rod?
The black rod is the House has its mace. The Senate has the black rod.
Okay. Yeah. And these are all symbols of authority.
Symbols of authority, yes.
Right. And of course, once the Speaker leaves the House with the members, they are preceded by the mace, correct?
Yes.
The mace travels with them.
Yes.
Okay.
The Speaker in official state matters always preceded by this. Now I think they're going to pass a resolution.
We're going to just cut to the Senate just for a moment.
In the forenoon of Wednesday, 6th day of October 2021. And whereas it is the custom and tradition of this Senate that after being so assembled to wait on Her Majesty's representative, His Excellency the Governor General with their President, and whereas it is conducive to good and democratic governance that the business of this Senate, whenever and wherever possible, be open to and conducted in the presence of as many people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas as practicable, and whereas it is not convenient to convene the next session of Parliament in the city of Nassau as proclaimed in the said proclamation, be it now therefore resolved that this Senate adjourns to meet later today at such time and place, be it in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahama, or at such other place as is appointed by His Excellency the Governor General.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas it was appointed by proclamation dated 19th day of August 2021 that the Parliament of the Bahamas be dissolved and that the next session of Parliament be held in the city of Nassau and shall commence in the forenoon of Wednesday, 6th day of October 2021. And whereas it is the custom and tradition of this Senate that after being so assembled to wait on Her Majesty's representative, His Excellency the Governor General with their President. And whereas it is conducive to good and democratic governance that the business of this Senate, whenever and wherever possible, be open to and conducted in the presence of as many people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas as practicable. And whereas it is not convenient to convene the next session of Parliament in the city of Nassau as proclaimed in the said proclamation, be it now therefore resolved that this Senate adjourns to meet later today at the same time and place, be it in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahama or at such other place as is appointed by His Excellency, the Governor General. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed. This meeting is adjourned. We will now proceed to the Convention Center at Bahama to await the arrival of His Excellency.
All rise. We will leave in succession the clerks and Madam President, followed by the side to the right, and they'll be followed by the side to the left. Once the procedure in the chamber, in the convention center is completed, we will return here, all senators, we will return here to complete the business of the Senate.
Here is the clerk with the black rod that we spoke of, the symbol of authority in the Senate. And of course, a resolution to move from the physical proceedings of this Senate to one set up in the Grand Ballroom at Bahama. Had this been in Rawson Square, or in Parliament Square, pardon me, this would have been on the outside, just in front of the statue there of Queen Victoria. But given all that is happening with COVID-19, the renovations to the House of Assembly, and even the larger crowds here today, and possibly even the weather, it was thought to move these proceedings to the Bahama Resort. And you see here, this is an invitation, or this is really what happens within the regular opening of Parliament that happens downtown. If this were downtown, they would be coming from upstairs down into the square. And of course, once these individuals are assembled, Mr. Tynes, then take us through what will happen on the House side.
Well, I don't know. The House should be excuse me, approving a similar resolution as the Senate did, for them to meet in the Senate Square, in the Senate chambers. I don't know if they've done that already. And
I'm not sure at this point, but what we are seeing, though, are the crowds on the inside of the Grand Ballroom. You'd have seen there just members, I think, senior members of the judiciary, it seems, seated
judges,
there.
yeah.
Other party supporters, so even some well-known former parliamentarians, Mr. Pete, some colleagues of yours I see there. Yeah. Some recognizable faces even behind the mask, who would be here today to lend their support and to witness this historic event. As we would have pointed out, this space allows for a lot more seats than what would have happened in a Rawson Square. Yes. It has allowed for social distancing in terms of the spacing of the seats, even though there is still a relatively large crowd. Our reporters have told us that they have stopped letting people in once the room had reached capacity. And so obviously for safety reasons, there were only a certain number of individuals allowed in the room. Yes. And there was also some overflow seating, from what I understand. The ballroom is accommodating today 1,400 seats, but there were another additional 300 seats set aside in another room where they can view the proceedings. So once they hit the 1,400 capacity, then they started moving people to another room. So you're looking, in all, I would say, close to 2,000 people in and around this event today, and that's just the seated individuals. So, you add in the members of the press and all the other people working, the police, etc., protocol, we're certainly in the range of about 2,000. Yes. So members of the upper chamber, the Senate, have taken are taking their places. These senators were sworn in by the Governor General just this week. The announcement or the official list sent out just over the weekend of the senators, and they were able to be sworn in by the Governor General earlier this week in preparation for this event. One of the, I guess, criticisms of the Senate is that it is sometimes called a rubber stamp, because the debate begins with any piece of legislation in the House of Assembly. It's introduced, it's debated and passed, and then it goes to the Senate for a similar exercise. But many see it, as I say, as a rubber stamp. Mr. Peter, I'm going to start with you. Is that true? Are you able to debunk that, or what is the real sort of purpose of the Senate?
No, I know there's a perception that it is a rubber stamp, but that's not the case at all. The Senate has special duties, special provision. It calls for more considerate deliberation.
I was always told that the debates in the Senate are of a much higher caliber. Mr. Ty's laugh.
It provides for more deliberation,
right,
and even reflection. And there have been many times when certain bills have been amended in the Senate, sent back to the House, and corrections would have been made. So the Senate has a very important role.
Mr. Tan, do you want to chime in on that? And I think sometimes the public misses that bills are sent back.
Yes. The bicameral nature of our Parliament, first of all, it's bicameral, so I don't see how people can say it's a rubber stamp. It only could be as effective as the persons appointed there make it. But the reason for if you read James Madison those and their arguments when they were developing their Constitution in the United States, they made the point that the second chamber is needed to have a second look at legislation. And then in the Bahamas, they used to have more senior people appointed to the legislative council, as the Senate was prior to 19.
Almost a statesman, your elder statesman.
And actually, they used to have members of Parliament who would resign from the lower house and accept appointments to the legislative council, which I think at that time had a little bit more
funds.
Just before we follow up on that, we would just on our screen, the Governor General, His Excellency Cornelius A. Smith and Mrs. Smith are attempting to enter, or making their way, I should say, into the grand ballroom where he will take up his seat to read the speech from the throne. Our senators have already assembled in there and taking their seats. Had this been in the original Senate chamber, those senators would have remained seated around that Senate table, correct, sir?
Yes.
But of course, given the setup here today, earlier we saw them seated in a specific area, as opposed to being around the table. And now we will see the entrance of the Governor General into the convention hall.
Jerome, this amount of space really enforces shows the need, it demonstrates the need that we need a new parliamentary complex. Where all this could be, you have an indoor state room where all this can take place.
Well, let's just say that it's good to have Bahama.
Yeah, it's good to have somewhere to have it, most definitely.
It's good to have Bahama.
Yeah, and I think this administration has certainly utilized the facility since coming to office to be able to allow these kinds of events to happen in a public way. And I think, in this whole COVID environment, we have missed the opportunity for to witness so many things. While some things have carried on virtually, and I think it's worked in some instances, these are the types of things that I think people have really missed out on. That physical contact, and rightfully so. because of the nature of COVID and what could happen,
Yeah.
and still can happen.
Still
I
can
want to
happen, of course.
make that clear.
Of
So
course.
even hosting this, I'm sure, would have required a lot of planning. Even if you look, you know, the spacing of the chairs.
You can see that,
You know,
yes.
and how to ensure that people are spaced out.
Talking with Bahama, Jerome, I think it sort of justifies the vision of Perry Christie, which was very difficult journey to get Bahama to where it is.
Yes.
But the country has to at least recognize that his vision is finally paying off.
And you know, it's interesting you said, because I think for me, when I saw what was happening with all the swearing-ins, etc., I think I would have thought in the back of my mind the same thing. I think the former Prime Minister must be saying to himself, aha!
No, it's justifiable, visionary, and it's important to recognize and acknowledge that fact.
Yeah, there's obviously
you pay for it, but you need somewhere to go.
Yeah.
So this
and
is,
I think too, but it does go back to our earlier point that we do need a facility.
Yes.
Yeah, where we hold
Appropriate.
this. And other state events, even Government House has outgrown,
No question.
you know, these state events.
Without a
and
question.
and we're putting a lot of money into renovating it, which is important because it is an historic building and it should be renovated. But when, you know, the award ceremonies and the other things that we do need to be held in a place, first, that can accommodate the space, that's modern. You know, even from, I can tell you, even from a media perspective, you know, a lot of these places are not media friendly.
Right, exactly.
You know, you can't erect cameras, and Mr. Tynes, you know the arguments we have about trying to get things at the house and when events are happening. They're just not media friendly because they weren't built with those things in mind. And so, you know, hopefully, I don't know, given all that the government is being called on.
fiscal restraints.
Yeah, I
it's
mean,
difficult.
And then the other question is, you know, how do you build a parliamentary facility when people are screaming for a new hospital? When family islands are saying, you know, we have to check in, people are almost on the outside. And the list goes on and on and on. There's so many competing priorities.
Yeah.
But again, this is something that's important to the life of the country. I think we made a joke.
In the meantime, they broke down the educational building to rebuild it, eh?
The cabinet.
They find money for that.
It can happen. It can happen.
Well, hopefully, maybe within there they'll look to do something that may be able to hold some events like this. But you're right, it can happen, and I hope, you know, within the planning of that building.
It doesn't have to happen in 1 year. You know, you can spread it over 4 or 5 budget cycles.
It's usually phased though.
Yeah. Well, and you know, gentlemen, the problem that becomes that if you start, and Mr. Peach, you know this, when a particular project is started under a government, that government loses, the priorities shift.
That is right.
And then, you know, I guess the egotistical side of us, you want to start, if you start a project as a government, I'm sure you want to be around to be able to cut that ribbon and open it and say this is ours.
Yes, but you know, the so-called stop, cancel, and review policy really makes little sense if the project is beneficial to the country.
Yes, yeah. Well, and you know, I think unfortunately sometimes what even happens is that...
May it please Your Excellency,
we'll take this for just a moment.
in the exercise of their undoubted rights and privileges, and in accordance with Article 44(1) of the Constitution of the Bahamas, the Honorable Senate has proceeded to the election of a president, and I present myself, Your Excellency, as a humble object of their choice.
Thank you, Madam President. I congratulate you on your election to the office of President, of which a committee of the Senate was so good as to inform me earlier today.
May it please Your Excellency, I have now, in the name and on behalf of members of the Honorable Senate, to lay claim by humble petition to their ancient and undoubted rights and privileges, particularly that their persons may be free from arrest and molestation, that they may enjoy freedom of speech in all their debates, that they may have access to Your Excellency's person whenever occasion may require, and that all their proceedings may have Your Excellency's most favorable construction.
Gentleman Black Rod, you will proceed to the House of Assembly and command the immediate attendance upon me of the Honorable Speaker and the members of the Honorable House of Assembly.
Okay, all right. The message to the House of Assembly to be delivered that came from the Governor General. The Senate President would have presented herself as the newly elected President. The Governor General would then have summoned members of the House of Assembly. And so we are moments away from the speech from the throne. And that, of course, as we said much earlier, will be our first view of this government's legislative agenda. As we also discussed, it in many ways will be the outlining of the presentation of that manifesto or that blueprint that the party would have campaigned on, things that they intend to do in the various ministries, changes, pieces of legislation, major undertakings, things of that nature, they will outline in this speech from the throne. We see now the audience of approximately, I think, 1,400 maybe on the inside waiting to witness this reading of the speech from the throne. And of course, we see also members of the audience waiting. And it's something very interesting. We've had a very heavy focus on the PLP elected members, but also in the audience today, certainly as a part of the parliamentary grouping, are your opposition members. Yeah. This must be tough for them today. Yeah. I've got to be very honest. This has to be really hard for them.
Especially when they had to walk in the square.
You walk past these people.
With all the government people sitting down.
No, it is very, very difficult for them. It's similar to the experience in 2017.
Give 1 second. Sorry.
By His Excellency, the Governor General, to command the immediate attendance of you, Madam Speaker, and the members of this Honorable House of Assembly in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahama.
Thank you. Honourable Member.
Whereas it was appointed by proclamation dated the 19th day of August 2021 that the Parliament of the Bahamas be dissolved and that the next session of Parliament be held in the city of Nassau and shall commence in the forenoon of Wednesday, 6th day of October 2021, and whereas it was appointed by the said proclamation that this honorable House, after being duly constituted by the election of members thereto, should meet on the 6th day of October 2021, and whereas it is not convenient to convene the next session of Parliament in the city of Nassau as proclaimed in the said proclamation, and whereas it is the custom and tradition of this House that after being so constituted to inform Her Majesty's representative, His Excellency the Governor-General, of that fact, and to know when he will be pleased to receive the Honourable House with its Speaker. And whereas it is conducive to good and democratic governance that the business of this House, whenever and wherever possible, be open to and conducted in the presence of as many citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas as practicable, and whereas His Excellency the Governor-General has summoned the attendance of members of the House of Assembly to the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahama, be it now therefore resolved that this Honorable House do now adjourn to meet immediately in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahama, as is commanded by His Excellency the Governor-General, where he will receive the Honorable House with his Speaker. I so move.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. Whereas it was appointed by proclamation dated the 19th day of August 2021 that the Parliament of the Bahamas be dissolved and that the next session of Parliament be held in the city of Nassau and shall commence in the forenoon of Wednesday, 6th day of October 2021. Be it now therefore resolved that this Honorable House do now adjourn to meet immediately in the precincts of the Senate in the Convention Center at Bahama, as is commanded by His Excellency, the Governor-General, where he will receive His Honorable House with its Speaker. As many are in favor will remain seated, those opposed will stand. The resolution has been agreed. All rise.
So now we have the official notice coming from the Governor General. You have a proclamation to move the proceedings, which was moved by the member for West End and Bimini. We see now the Mace, Speaker, and members of the House of Assembly in order of seniority leaving this particular chamber to assemble in what has been replicated as the Senate inside the Grand Ballroom. So as members take up their positions in there, it will indicate the start of the reading of the speech from the throne, which looks to be, based on the advance copy, a lengthy speech, and we will be sort of eagerly anticipating the delivery of that, and of course trying to understand and see some of the plans for this government as they get set now to begin a new legislative session. Again, Mr. Pete, from your perspective, as that speech is crafted and put together, that becomes the blueprint going forward. And while, as you would have said to us, it would be in many ways your manifesto from your campaign, that or those aspirations are going to meet reality very soon. And I think that's where the difficulty comes in for any government, eh?
The new government will be faced with some serious challenges once they understand what they have inherited.
Sure.
Because a lot of stuff might be assumed, but once they get in and look at the books, then reality sets in. And therefore, adjustments will have to be made. The Prime Minister will then be able to look to see what he actually inherited and then try to match the aspirations with reality.
In previous elections, with the election happening in May, House opening in June, you're almost right there at the start of that budgetary period, and governments would, you would hear over and over, well, this isn't really our budget, we met this in place, we are saddled with this budget. But this is a different scenario. Yeah. There is some time now for budget adjustments before we get to the point of that new budget, eh?
I am almost sure the government will probably do a supplemental budget at some point, probably probably in January, as a fill, to supplement the budget. But what I would like to see, if I go back to the thick part of it, I would like to see the government start regular prorogation of the Parliament again. I think the last administration and the administration before that, they had no prorogations. There was 5 years of one parliamentary term, and that, and I think the government could, what the government is supposed to be doing is doing, in this initial speech was shown, their plans for 5 year. They have a 5 year term, so they give their plan of a 5 year term. But then you cut it down in sessions of the Parliament. Right. You have different sessions of the Parliament.
One of the things that even during our broadcast, as we talked about, as we were talking about proroguing the House and people understanding that when the House is prorogued, it ends a session, but not the life of Parliament.
Exactly.
And what that does is it allows you to reset.
Yes.
So you all of the things that you did not get to, you can bring forward, or just say, we're not going to do.
Well, it gives you an opportunity to, as you said, to reset, to have a restart.
Yes.
And then to reprioritize.
Right.
Based on reality.
Because as you rightfully pointed out, Mr. Tynes, we have had administrations that have had sessions of Parliament that have gone on for 5 years.
Yes. That's
much true.
And the last time I remember proroguing, I think was under a Ingram administration. The House was prorogued at least once or twice. I remember. I can't remember the exact years it happened, but it did signal the start of a new legislative agenda, a legislative period, and we have not been seeing that. So it'll be interesting to see whether that returns.
I think they should.
I think it enables the government to better manage its legislative agenda.
And so that things aren't dragging out for so long. So again, for the benefit of our viewers, we see now House members accompanying the newly elected Speaker, taking up their place inside this grand ballroom. Again, a replication of the Senate. Senators are seated. Members of the House will stand. And this is an age-old tradition where we see members of the Senate who are allowed to sit. And, of course, our House members must stand for the duration of this speech from the throne. We're going to go inside, Mr. Tynes, before we want to say something?
No, I just couldn't tell you.
Okay,
I
all
did see
right. We will. You did?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. We see here the assembling of all of the elected, 39 elected members of the House of Assembly. Again, you see the Speaker and senior members of the government there at the front, starting with the Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Public Service and Foreign Affairs, the Education Minister, and then Obi Bilskin, Minister of Social Services. These, of course, all return faces, Mr. Pete, colleagues of yours who you would have served with. Yes. So they are senior, well, with the exception of Chester Cooper there, Deputy Prime Minister. But these are all senior members who have been in cabinet, have been in government before, more than once, and certainly are back for a third time at the cabinet table, who, as we have said, are bringing a wealth of experience with them. And we now take you inside now the Grand Ballroom
May it
at
please
Bahamas.
Your Excellency, in the exercise of their undoubted rights and privileges, and in accordance with Article 50, subsection 1 of the Constitution, the Honorable House of Assembly have proceeded to the election of a Speaker, and I present myself to Your Excellency as the humble object of their choice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate you on your election to the office of Speaker, of which a committee of the House was so good as to inform me earlier today.
May it please Your Excellency, I have now, in the name and on behalf of members of the Honorable House of Assembly, lay claim by humble petition to the ancient and undoubted rights and privileges, particularly that their person may be free from arrest and molestation, that they may enjoy freedom of speech in their debates, that they may have access to Your Excellency's person whenever occasion may require, and that all their proceedings may receive Your Excellency's most favorable construction.
Your Excellency, the speech on the floor.
Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, just 22 years ago, 22 days ago, my government was elected with a mandate to bring about a new day in our Bahamas. It is clear from the results of the election that Bahamians demand transformational change. My government comes into governance with our country in the midst of a mismanaged health and economic crisis. My government is committed to work in partnership with other nations, with our local communities, and most importantly, with the Bahamian people to address the challenges that these crises pose. Today, my government proposes our blueprint for change. My government is committed to executing good governance established on the principles of transparency, integrity, and accountability. My government will consult and be inclusive in our decision-making. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government fully understands that we cannot resolve our country's economic crisis until we have resolved the health crisis. The COVID-19 crisis has exposed many of the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of our health care system. As a first priority, my government will therefore introduce legislation and policies to fully address future major health risks to avoid the need for emergency orders. My government will make investments in healthcare infrastructure throughout the Bahamas and ensure that family island clinics are properly equipped, inclusive of the capacity for telemedicine. My government will build new hospitals in New Providence and Grand Bahama through public-private partnerships. My government will prioritize public health and wellness initiatives and will move more aggressively to introduce catastrophic health care insurance to make health care more affordable and to address the mental health issues in our country. My government also recognizes, applauds, and expresses its gratitude to the doctors, the nurses, other frontline workers, and volunteers for their meritorious and selfless service during this pandemic. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, the present economic crisis has left a trail of unprecedented misery among the Bahamian people and our public finances in a dismal state. But despite this bleak outlook, my government will introduce measures that will bring immediate relief to the Bahamian people and to businesses. My government will amend the VAT Act to lower the rate of VAT across the board to 10%. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will focus on issues that will rescue, restore, and strengthen the economy. My government will pursue strategies to address infrastructural needs of the country. My government will pursue measures to stabilize public finances and increase public revenue. My government will implement a debt management plan to address the historic debt burden and deficit. My government will amend the Procurement Act to strengthen provisions for Bahamians' participation in government procurement at all levels. My government will amend the Fiscal Responsibility Act to strengthen the independence of the Fiscal Responsibility Council. My government will amend the Public Financial Management Act to ensure full compliance with all existing legislation. My government will amend the Commercial Enterprises Act to ensure that when jobs are being filled, Bahamians receive the highest priority. My government will also introduce measures to encourage renewable energy industries in solar, wind, wave, and ocean thermal energy. My government recommits the Bahamas to a minimum reliance on renewable energy by 30% by 2030. My government will introduce a merchant shipping bill to bring our jurisdiction in line with its international obligations and to enhance our competitive edge in the global maritime industry. My government will promote Grand Bahama to harness the power of the maritime industry. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government strongly commits to introducing a number of initiatives to support the growth and development of the cultural and creative economy. My government will introduce measures to employ Junkanoo culture and the visual performing arts to drive exports in music, costumes, and art. My government will relaunch and formalize the Sports in Paradise program to encourage major international sports federations and leagues to use the Bahamas as a base. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government is committed to achieving greater food security and reducing our reliance on imports as a matter of priority. My government will introduce a regulatory framework for the cannabis industry. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will introduce legislation to facilitate a comprehensive program of digitization for the country. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will restructure the Bahamas Investment Authority to streamline application processes and develop a new marketing strategy. My government will consult with key stakeholders and appropriately amend legislation to provide increased tax incentives and concessions for domestic investors. My government will transform approval processes and launch Bahamas Invest to retain competitiveness and mobilize local and international investors to grow the economy. My government will return tourism to pre-COVID levels by harnessing existing markets. My government will develop an investment portfolio for the Family Islands to promote an investor-friendly environment with a focus on an investment portfolio for specialized industries. My government will undertake infrastructural upgrades throughout all of the islands of the Bahamas in an effort to create investment portfolios. My government will expand the provision of potable water and implement a national strategy for the management of water as a natural resource. The government will introduce a new and progressive building code to increase resilience in the face of climate change. The government will expedite the development of the airports in Exuma, Grand Bahama, and North Eleuthera, and will advance the development of all major airports across the Bahamas through public-private partnerships. Madam President, and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, even as we vigorously pursue avenues of progress throughout our country, my government is mindful that we will not leave behind the most vulnerable or discouraged people in our society. My government will enhance social assistance programs. My government, in collaboration with the private sector and non-governmental organizations, will implement immediate relief measures for Abaco, Grand Bahama, and Ragged Island. Through partnerships with social services, urban renewal, and civil society, including the churches, my government will work to ensure that every Bahamian has life skills, food to eat, clean water, and a roof over their heads. My government will increase the pension for senior citizens. My government will increase the benefits for persons with disabilities and ensure that the provisions of the Persons with Disabilities Equal Opportunities Act are fully implemented and enforced. My government will introduce legislation for the protection of consumers. And my government will increase the minimum wage and phase in a livable wage. My government will reintroduce the RISE program, which provided substantial benefits to many families. My government will work with all stakeholders to bring relief to mortgage and rent payers to prevent an increase in and reduce homelessness. My government will introduce legislation to provide for the establishment of an urban renewal authority to improve the quality of life for residents throughout the Bahamas. My government will create a national second chance jobs program that allows those who have served prison time to enter the job market. And as a part of the Second Chance program, my government will expunge the records of those young people convicted of minor offenses related to the use of marijuana so that they may more easily rejoin the formal, productive economy. Madam President, and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government is fully committed to ensuring that the citizens of the Bahamas feel safe and secure and will address crime and its associated social ills by adopting a holistic and multifaceted approach. My government will continue to strengthen the Royal Bahamas Police Force to battle crime and preserve the peace, and the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to better defend our territorial sovereignty. My government will transform the Bahamas Correctional Services into a rehabilitative institution in alignment with its mandate. My government, after the broadest consultation with stakeholders, will seek to reform the electoral process in the Bahamas. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government is fully committed to ensuring that our economy works for all Bahamians. And so my government will amend the Hotels Encouragement Act to provide better incentives for Bahamian-owned and joint venture boutique hotels and related tourism offerings. My government will introduce legislation to create tax incentives for small and medium-sized enterprises owned by Bahamians. My government will reestablish harmonious relations between labor, employers, and the government. My government will ensure that all labor issues are addressed as a matter of priority. My government will advance the overall effectiveness of the public service through the expansion of training programs to assist in proper skill set placement, customer service, and revenue enhancement, also by implementing digitization to provide efficiency in clearing backlogs within the Ministry and Public Service Commission. In handling the accumulation of pending matters, my government will create room for new matters to be addressed immediately and consistently. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and honorable members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government considers housing to be a basic right, and through programs and policies, it will increase access to affordable homes. New subdivisions will be developed using public-private partnerships. My government will return to building houses for Bahamians. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will work to ensure that the natural resources of the Bahamas benefit our people. My government will strengthen legislation that established a sovereign wealth fund. My government proposes that all of our non-financial assets will be held in this fund for the benefit of generations of Bahamians. My government will provide the legal, fiscal, and regulatory framework with the creation of the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Environment. My government will secure carbon credit payments for our natural resources. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government strongly reaffirms that universal and equitable access to quality education is key to our national development and to the fulfillment of each person's potentiality. My government is fully committed to support every young person in overcoming obstacles to digital learning and to restore in-person lessons as soon as it is safe and practical with health guidance. My government will also establish programs for monitoring and assisting high school dropouts so that immediate action is taken to ensure they continue to contribute to society as productive citizens. My government will introduce measures to expand the curriculum offerings and incorporate educational models that build character, promote self-esteem, foster good citizenship for a deeper understanding and appreciation of our history. My government will ensure that the gap in access to education caused by COVID-19 prevention protocols is closed with a comprehensive remediation program to ensure that no child is left behind. My government will create magnet schools and specialty institutes for science, technology, engineering, the visual and performing arts, mathematics, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship. My government will amend the Education Act to provide for universal pre-primary education for 3- and 4-year-olds. Will consolidate the National Accreditation and Equivalency Council of the Bahamas and the Preschool and Daycare Council and specify homeschool modalities. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, the good health and well-being of our youth is of prime concern to my government, and so my government will invest in their development, encourage and support their participation in national life, and provide and promote opportunities for their future. My government will create national programs that tackle new threats to the well-being of young people, including issues of mental health, lack of self-confidence and identity, excessive social media consumption, and national identity and unity. My government will create a national first job program that allows young people between the age of 16 to 25 to gain a 1-year government-subsidized placement in a field of national priority, including the new economies and trade. My government will launch the Community Youth Service and offer stipends for young Bahamians to provide service to NGOs and community groups. This can build a vital bridge between school and the job market. My government will establish a National Youth Guard in order for young people to receive technical training, enabling them to serve in a disaster response corps. Madam President, honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, My government will capitalize on the ongoing successes of the industrial sector on Grand Bahama and use the investment arm of the Ministry for Grand Bahama to create a one-stop shop to attract new local and direct foreign investment by way of duty-free concessions across the entire island. Family island affairs and local government are priorities for my government. My government will develop strategic plans for each island. My government will work towards the finalization of a local government act for New Providence. My government will empower local government with revenue-raising powers and shared jurisdiction over local affairs and community management and development. My government will increase the budget for local government councils during our 5-year term. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, my government will not tolerate corruption and is committed to introducing effective anti-corruption legislation. My government will govern for the many, not for the few. And promote the best interests of Bahamians and the Bahamas. My government will increase accountability and transparency. My government will fully implement the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act. Measures will be introduced to amend the rules of the House of Assembly to enable fixed sessions of Parliament. My government will pursue a foreign policy that promotes and upholds our founding principles of democracy, human rights, and non-interference. My government will strengthen its engagement with the international community, becoming more strategic and deliberative in our participation in regional and international organizations. And in collaboration with neighboring countries, my government will work to strengthen our maritime borders and seek regional solutions to common issues such as migration. My government will deepen our relations with our bilateral and international partners and bring focused attention to the promotion of trade and investment and the provisions of technical assistance. My government will expand its reach in the global community by opening consulates and embassies, including the appointment of honorary consuls and non-resident envoys in key areas of the world to ensure that our interests are promoted and protected. Madam President and honorable senators, Madam Speaker, and members of the Honorable House of Assembly, these are the policies and plans upon which my government will legislate in order to bring about a new day in the Bahamas. We look forward to working in partnership with the Bahamian people to bring about a healthier, wealthier, and wiser society. I pray that the blessings of Almighty God may rest upon your councils. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
We have just witnessed there the reading of the speech from the throne by the Governor General, His Excellency, the Honorable Cornelius A. Smith, outlining, as we would have said much earlier, the government's legislative agenda and plans for this session of Parliament. Today, a very historic day in many ways, as this is the first time that this particular event is being held outside of the confines of Parliament itself, outside of the historic Parliament building, outside of Parliament Square, but the institutions of Parliament have been reconstructed within the halls of Bahama. This, what you're looking at, is in essence the Senate, where the reading of the speech takes place, or the reading of the speech from the throne takes place. That speech would have been received by members of the House of Assembly and members of the Senate. You would have seen his references to both houses and their acknowledgement of that. He is now descending and will be departing this chamber in just a few moments. We will also in a few moments be joined by our teams within the Bahama complex. We have our Jasmine Brown, Carl Walker, and Gillian Gray, who are also a part of this broadcast now this afternoon, who will be providing some feedback and context for us. My guests here in studio continue to be former Parliamentary Clerk Maurice Tynes and former Cabinet Minister and MP Vincent Peake. We have been able to listen in on this speech on the throne. Gentlemen, as we prepare to go to our teams on the inside there, I want to speak a little bit to the speech from the throne. Vincent Peake, I will start with you. A lot of things laid out, but at a very high level, without getting into a lot of details. And my experience tells me that the details will come later on in the debate, I would think, as there's a resolution next to thank the Governor General for this speech. And then there will be some debate on that. And as is normally the case, ministers and members will then speak to the things that were laid out in this speech and how those things are to be implemented.
That is correct. That is correct. It was a very progressive agenda, aggressive and progressive. And clearly the intent is to modernize the Bahamas, to deal with pressing issues, especially involving our youth and the elderly. And it was very, very promising indeed.
Some of the things that really stuck out to me, the promise to increase the pension for old age pensions or the elderly, the promise to increase minimum wage.
Yes.
Those are going to come with a big price tag.
Yes. Yes, well, they will certainly have to happen now that the government has made that
commitment. The question is going to be, how do you strengthen the economy to make it happen? But it appears that there would be some innovative ways of doing that. And I think that will all come out in the debate once ministers are debating the matter.
The other big item for me too would have been the promise of a new hospital.
Yes.
I think this COVID pandemic has really put a spotlight on our health care system as never before seen.
Yes.
And this speech from the throne promised a new hospital.
Yes, Grand Bahama and here. And those are critical things now, critical items. And I'm sure the government will do its best.
Also, Mr. Tynes, something that would have been revealed here of great interest, and we spoke to it prior to the speech, the promise of fixed dates to prorogue the House.
Well, I think that's what he meant.
Yes.
I think he said for sessions of the House.
Yes.
Something like that.
Well, the session would have to hapen after that House is
but
prorogued.
if that is what he meant, I am very happy to hear that.
Yeah.
He said you're going to amend the rules of the House he's going to amend the rules of the House to accommodate that.
I know, Mr. Pete, you have to run now, so I do want to say...
I'm coming back.
Oh, okay. You step out for just a minute. But as we watch this now, Mr. Tynes, what will that do for the running of the House of Assembly, and even dealing with legislation and other things?
Yeah. It'll make the work of the staff of the Parliament much easier. When the Hansard speeches, the speeches that are recorded in the Hansard and then transcribed verbatim, they are done. They are compiled by sessions. So if you have a 5-year session, that's a lot of stuff. Yes. So it'll make the work of the staff more efficient, and then where you have annual or probably regular prorogations.
Right. Now, every time the House is prorogued, again, noting the difference between the prorogation and dissolution, that is the prorogation or the proroguing of the House will end that session. Is it likely that we would see something in terms of an opening on this level, or once you end for a particular session, is the opening in that case a little more conservative, or will they all be this way, you think?
Yeah, I think normally when you have the openings after prorogation, they're held much the same way, except you don't have all the pageantry in that. You don't have to. I don't think you have to have the Governor General, the committees going to the Governor General, and that sort of stuff. But it'll be probably the same atmosphere that you see here.
And what we are witnessing now, just for the benefit of our audience, you will see members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force and Defence Force on the outside, awaiting the Governor General, who will ascend to the saluting base. In the background, Royal Bahamas Police Force and Defence Force band playing. And once he has descended from that base, he will depart, and this part of, or these parts of his duties will be done.
you.
Of course, that's signaling the end of that portion of the ceremony on the inside. We see now the very large crowd of spectators who were here today to witness this event. Our Jasmine Brown and Kyle Joaquin are inside the Bahama Convention Center, who they have been witnessing these events this morning. They are ready now. Kyle and Jasmine.
Well, Jerome, we just heard the speech from the throne. That's the Davis's agenda, their plan for this term in office. And I just want to point out a few key things that we noticed got a lot of reaction from the audience here, the 1,400 people in the room, when he mentioned he promised to introduce legislation to address the health crises going forward rather than having emergency orders, building new hospitals here in New Providence and Grand Bahama, increasing minimum wage, increasing pension for senior citizens. He said his government will not tolerate corruption and pledges to introduce effective anti-corruption legislation. He also mentioned things like the amendment to the VAT Act to lower the rate of VAT and I guess implement a debt management plan. Jasmine Brown has a bit more.
And then there was also some applause when he said that he would have a regulatory framework for marijuana. Also a national second chance program for offenders so they can get on with their life. Now, I did notice that he focused a lot on the economy as well and how what's happening with the economy is tied to COVID-19. He has said that he will fix the economy, but before that has to happen, health measures have to be in place. And he talked about moving away from the state of emergency like Kyle mentioned. Now, as you can see behind us, I just want to talk about what's happening behind us because everything is basically done in this section. Everybody is milling out very slowly. You can hear there's a lot of chatter. There's a lot of people. We haven't been on the outside as yet, but it's wrapping up here in this room basically.
I know there has been, for the most part, a very large group, or this group, I should say, is made up predominantly of PLP supporters. We do know that there have been some opposition members. We've seen them moving about, but in terms of, have you been able to recognize any sort of former members who are now in opposition, or any folks who are in support of the opposition there today?
To be honest, Jerome, I saw probably one or two scattered about. But like you said, the majority of people, a huge number, overwhelming majority of people in here are definitely PLP supporters. I saw former PLP MPs, former PLP cabinet ministers. I do not recall seeing not even one former F&M MP or cabinet minister. So I guess that could be a bit telling. They're probably home watching as well.
Interesting perspective. Thank you very much. We're going to come back into the hall in a little bit to check in with our Gillian Gray. Something that we talked about, I mean, Vincent P., this is the PLP's day. I mean, this is what they work for.
That is right.
You have toiled, you sat in opposition for all those years since the last election. You would have come to a tough campaign. You've given it your all. This is your day to celebrate.
No, clearly, PLP supporters have the right to celebrate after the last 5 years, and therefore the public should expect that. Bahamians, I think, understand that, and they have the right to celebrate. All Bahamians should celebrate based on the outline of the speech from the throne, that those policies will benefit all Bahamians. And so PLP supporters today should indeed celebrate.
Mr. Tynes, over the next few days, as parliamentarians now prepare to get ready for the next real sitting, what kinds of things are taking place? And even as new members, how are they going to be or should be preparing themselves for this new assignment and this new job?
Well, I think, like I mentioned earlier, I don't know if the government's going to organize any official training sessions for them, but at some point they ought to think about that. And when we used to do those training sessions for weeks, 3 or 4 or 5 days, we would often bring in like speakers from different jurisdictions, so they can bring their perspective. But the members were, I think, when the if they have any draft legislation that they're going to table today, I think that is when their work is going to really begin. I don't know how they're going to do that, because
those members have they returned to the chambers, right? The senators would have returned to the upper house in here, and then the House members to the lower house.
Yeah, so I don't know if they brought any draft legislation down there with them to table today. That normally in normal circumstances, they would have that there.
Some initial pieces of legislation.
Yes, yeah, because you can then tell what is really truly the government's priority. Yeah, but before that, they will have the debate for the speech from the throne, which is a wide-ranging, you can get up and say anything kind of debate, and so they're going to have that first, and then when they go into debate legislation, which will be more constrained and
more substantive, I would think.
Yes.
So is this too, Mr. B, the time now for us to begin to see who are going to be the big debaters, who will get up and give that substance, who are going to be the rabble-rousers, and then you have the, the tide laughing. I don't know if the government whip is elected now, or does that come later as
the
well?
government whip is appointed. I'm sure that the PM would already determine who that person is.
Right.
Yeah.
But all individuals will have an opportunity to have their maiden, those who are new, have their maiden speech, which would allow them to showcase their talent and to make sure their priorities are known. But they also would be guided by the speech from the throne, which clearly allows for, as Mr. Tyne said, a very wide variety of contributions, showing exactly where the government wants to go. And in terms of the new MPs, I'm sure there'll be some internal training or some internal assistance. For example, those who are in cabinet, the late Paul Adley would have put together a cabinet manual some years back, which I'm sure would have been used by new cabinet office members.
We're preparing to go to Bahama in just a moment, but before we go, Mr. Tynes, some advice to those new MPs, and even the people around them as they prepare to take this on. What kinds of things do they now need to avoid and also focus on when they're in that House of Assembly?
Well, I think Parliament is supposed to develop expertise, certain expertise within the Parliament. And that's why the big wholesale changing of members every term is not very good for the Parliament as an institution. And so I'm hopeful that members would, when major pieces of legislation come up, they would organize town hall meetings within their constituencies and then bring in experts to talk with their constituents and then to answer questions from the constituents. I think the town hall meeting aspect, I think some members do it kind of regularly, but I think it ought to be a regular feature for members of Parliament.
And I guess, Mr. B, this is a bit of a question for you. You are no longer, as you are elected now, you're no longer the PLP's candidate or standard bearer. You are the MP for the entire constituency, even those who did not vote for you.
Well,
and how do you make that transition now?
Well, this is really where maturity comes in, and this is where each individual MP will have to now determine, yes, my party members supported me, but I am now representing all of my constituents. And the mature PLP supporters will understand that, and they will know that they can't get everything for one side, but it has to be done in a way that benefits the constituency generally. And so I'm sure that most of the new MPs will learn that. The experienced MPs know what they have to do to balance it. And while you have to take care of your quote-unquote supporters and generals, you have to look at the bigger picture also.
Now,
one of the adjustments you have to make also is that You had your campaign headquarters. Now you have to have a constituency office.
Headquarters. Yeah, we were going to transition to that.
And the
yes.
constituency office to take care of all the constituents.
So removing all the party colours and paraphernalia, it just needs to be a constituency office.
Yes.
Yeah. And again, so, Mr. B, you've come through an election. We're in difficult economic times. People are in need of things, and there are hands stretched everywhere. How do you begin to even balance a deal with everybody wants something and they want it now?
Well, everybody wants something, but I think the previous government and the Christie government would have had a contribution for each constituency office, $100,000 a year, which would give the new MPs an opportunity to start to prioritize the areas they're looking at, which can touch as many people as possible in their constituency. So that would be a way to start.
At least a starting point.
A starting point.
We are going to go back to the Bahama Convention Center right now, where our Gillian Gray is standing by. She's been a part of the broadcast from this morning as well. Gillian?
Hi, Jerome. As you can see behind me, the hall has been emptied as lots of the guests have just lined the hallways so that they can watch the MPs and the senators march back to the makeshift House of Assembly and the makeshift Senate room. And you can hear behind me that the Senate proceedings are underway. Now, when we get out there, it's a totally different scene than what we would have seen in here. People are a little bit bunched together, shoulder to shoulder, elbow to elbow. So it's a bit of a interesting situation given the COVID-19 climate that we are in right now. But we also get to see, just how excited people are to be here, because we see people, taking out their phones. They want to take pictures with the MPs, with the senators. And as you would have seen when the speech from the throne was being read, people cheered, people clapped. They're very excited about what's happening, about what's going on, and very excited to be in this room right here. So we'll continue to keep you updated on what's happening, and definitely bring you a little bit more on the fashion end a little bit later.
Definitely, I'm going to ask you about that. I'm looking forward to that fashion report tonight in the newscast. Are we going to have that from you tonight?
I'm looking forward to giving it. Yes, definitely we're going to have that tonight. We have some very interesting pieces here. We have some that are a little bit subtle and some that went totally over the top, from yellows to blues, greens, pinks. Every color in the rainbow was represented here, and definitely people took some fashion risks coming out here today. But I'm going to bring all of that to you this evening.
Thank you very much, Gillian. If there's one story I'm going to be looking for, it's going to be that. And I'm sure lots of people out there will be watching as well. The seriousness of the day certainly cannot be dampened or played down, but certainly these events have become the go-to for fashion. I'm sure a lot of Bahamian designers went all out to dress the ladies and even the men. So looking forward to that tonight. Thank you very much, Gillian Gray, reporting for us from Bahama. She'll be back in our news tonight at 7:30 with a fashion review. Gentlemen, as we attempt to wrap up this broadcast today, I wonder whether we have any more feeds to take just before we go. Gentlemen, I'm just trying to see whether we can take any more. That's it? We're good to go. All right, gentlemen, as we attempt to wrap up now, Mr. Tynes, from where you sit, what do you think, I want to look at it, I guess, from a seesaw approach. What do you think the things that will work in favor of this administration as they enter Parliament, and what kind of challenges you think they're going to face, just from a legislative and parliamentary perspective?
Well, I think one of the things that would assist them is that they now have a feeling of what Bahamians are expecting. I think the expectation level is going to be really high, and the government's going to have to produce to meet those expectations. I am at heart a institutionalist, so my comments I talk more about the institutional parliament.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. And so what I would hope is that the situation in the House of Assembly, things like the recording system would be improved. You know, the staff, I mean, the general public probably wouldn't know about that, but coming from within the system, I know that that's badly needed. That's badly needed. I don't know how much longer the Bahamas is going to be able to keep its parliamentary sessions where they are, because they don't have. There's no room to assist the members of parliament. The parliament ought to have lawyers and other professionals within their ranks, so they can assist members with developing legislation, understanding legislation that have been proposed. And I think that's where we have to go. Of course, we cannot do it technically with the environments the Parliament has now.
Understood. Some very good points, and hopefully the right individuals are listening, or will get wind of it, and will do some things to make that happen. But you are right. We are at that point, and our Parliament is a very serious institution. Vincent Pete, you get the last word of the day in this broadcast. As I think the PLP has said, the Prime Minister himself has indicated, there really is no honeymoon period for this government. Given all of the crises that they are facing, acknowledged even in the speech of the throne, what are the major challenges that this administration is going to face right out of the bat? And what kinds of things do they need to avoid straight out?
Now, the PM has been clear-eyed as to where we are as a country. And I think the fact that he keeps talking about the two critical issues which must be addressed head on, the health crisis, COVID, additional protection for Bahamians so that the health situation can be contained. And then once that's contained, the economy will then start to move. And so he has this dual approach, which I think would be critical in the first phase. Because if you cannot stabilize the health situation, then it affects the economy. If the economy starts to move, many other issues can be resolved. And so I believe, although there are many issues to deal with, those two central issues, the health situation, COVID, more vaccination, to make sure more Bahamians can be protected and covered. And then once that is contained to the point where you can breathe a little better, the economy will move because tourism will move, and we've got a very proactive Minister of Tourism who will make these things happen along with his cabinet colleagues.
Well, sir, you are quite right. I think an acknowledgement of those issues is probably one of the best analysis and certainly advice that you can give to this administration. But as you said, those have been the key issues that have been on the plate up for discussion even throughout the campaign. So, gentlemen, again, I want to thank you for being a part of this broadcast today. It has been a lengthy morning. It has been different in many ways, but it has also been an eye-opener for all of us. We've learned some things. Mr. Dines, thank you very much. You certainly are a wealth of information. Even some of the viewers have written in to me already on social media and said thank you for providing such great historical context and understanding. We appreciate that. These events are steeped in tradition and ceremony, and sometimes even those of us who are journalists aren't quite sure what's happening and why. So thank you again, and all the best to you. Continue to enjoy retirement. Thank you again.
I intend to.
Yeah. And we certainly will call you back on whenever we need some clarity on issues. So thank you very much. Vincent Pete, thank you for coming. We appreciate wise information that you've given us and great perspective as well. You have sat where these men and women are sitting right now, and you certainly know what they are about to face into. So thank you so much.
You miss it? Huh? You miss it?
Sometimes.
Sometimes you miss it. Well, certainly we'll invite you back on from time to time to join in the commentary. Folks, that's going to do it for our broadcast today. On behalf of my entire team, including my very competent guests here in the studio, also our field team made up of Jasmine Brown, Kyle Walking, and Jillian Gray, thank you so very much. To my technical and production teams, everyone who's worked behind the scenes to make this event happen, thank you so very much for watching. It's always our pleasure. We'll see you next time, right here on the RTV Network.
Further notices? Order that the notice do lie on the table.